increased pool of funds for agribusiness to access to improve their businesses. What does that mean? It means more employment, because you realize that most agribusinesses operate in the rural areas. So there's
products that are sort of different from what we established products are, so sometimes we will lend through the PFIs that will participate in financial institutions. Sometimes we will provide partial credit guarantees. And so those are innovative approaches to funding that will also broaden and deepen the whole financial ecosystem.
The expected benefits to members of association in the SME bracket. One will be the access to medium to long-term funding, access to competitive rates, positioning of such SMEs for potential growth and export of their products.
One of the key areas for consideration of this partnership and what DBG brings is the time that will be created to help banks to build their own internal capacity with regards to facing SMEs and key SME sectors which traditionally banks haven't really gone into.
We once again welcome the development guarantee in World Conference, and we will work with education and growth with the sustainable framework of the World Conference decision and one of the world's key actors in the initiative for labor shaping the sustainability of the world.
For us as Fidelity, gender equity is one thing we take very seriously, and it's important that in delivering this, we create space for women entrepreneurs and business owners to be able to thrive under this funding. So that they ensure that our households and our sustenance is secure.
The key thing that cuts across all these sectors is the importance of making sure that the providers of finance, the banks, and the local businesses are speaking the same language. So a lot of what we do is to always work in partnership. A lot of what we do is to try and get common understanding of the requirements of the bank and the requirements of the SME.
The Ghanaian market is largely supported by small and medium enterprises. As contributors to almost 90% of jobs in the Ghanaian economy, the industry is in need of long-term financing.
One of the challenges that SMEs have had in Ghana is a lack of long-term financing. And there's always the challenge of not having sufficient, money's cash flow becomes an issue. And this is how most businesses with the great ideas, with market opportunities, never grow.
DBG's mandate is to help transform the private sector in Ghana. DBG has 4 focus areas it supports: agribusiness, manufacturing, ICT, and high-value services.
We work with partners that share the same vision as we do, which is the transformation of private sector.
DBG's partnership with CAL has helped the bank to be able to increase its lending to the SME sector. For instance, we've been able to disburse about 110 million Ghana cedis, which is equivalent of about $16 million to the SME sector.
What this partnership will result in is increased pool of funds for agribusiness to access to improve their businesses. What does that mean? It means more employment, because you realize that most agribusinesses operate in the rural areas, so the production-related activities, which means that more employment for Ghanaians.
DBG comes into the market with products that are sort of different from what we established products are. So sometimes DBG will lend through the PFIs, that's the participating financial institutions. Sometimes DBG will provide partial credit guarantees. And so those are innovative approaches to funding that will also broaden and deepen the whole financial ecosystem.
The expected benefits to members of our association in the SME bracket, one will be the access to medium to long-term funding, access to competitive rates, positioning of such SMEs for potential growth and export of their products.
One of the key areas for consideration of this partnership and what DBG brings is the time that will be created to help banks to build their own internal capacity with regards to facing SMEs and key SME sectors which traditionally banks haven't really gone into.
We once again welcome the Development Bank Ghana to the Global Compact, and we will work with you to meet your vision and goals, provide the sustainable framework of the Global Compact and decision, becoming one of the world's key actors in the initiative of the late Kofi Annan in shaping the sustainability agenda for a better world.
For us at Fidelity, gender equity is one thing we take very seriously, and it's important that in delivering this, we create space for women entrepreneurs and business owners to be able to thrive under this funding, so that it ensures that our households and our sustenance is secure.
The key thing that cuts across all these sectors is the importance of making sure that the providers of finance, the banks, and the local businesses are speaking the same language. So a lot of what we do is to always work in partnership. A lot of what we do is to try and get common understanding of the requirements of the banks and the requirements of the SMEs.
What does it take to accelerate wealth creation in Africa through the provision of specialized financial services by deploying skill and innovation for client success? It takes focus, my friends. Focus on clients, on people, on compliance and innovation, anchored on integrity, respect, collaboration to achieve results, as being the most compelling UK trade bank focused on Africa. This is us. Ghana International Bank at 65. Put your hands together.
65 years. It's a long time to be a strong, uninterrupted commercial concern in a turbulent and ever-changing world. Over the next decade, it's my sincere hope that GHIB can once again transform itself from a fledgling multinational financial institution to a truly Pan-African firm with the scale and resources to address the urgent need across sub-Saharan Africa.
I am pleased with the status of the bank and excited about its prospects. It is my sincere hope, as we continue to navigate through the challenges and complexities of global financial markets, GHIB will continue to play a critical role in the transformation of trade in Africa and rise to greater heights in the coming years.
The good news is that 65 years on, we're not just surviving, we're succeeding. We don't look back, we look forward. We look forward to our new strategy, we look forward to our new brand, and we remember the values that drove our forefathers and our foremothers to be the very best.
Long may this great institution grow and thrive for Africa and continue to be the continent's pride and star.
Sisters and brothers, the moment you've all been waiting for, the launch.
What does it take to accelerate wealth creation in Africa through the provision of specialized financial services by deploying skill and innovation for client success? It takes focus, my friends. Focus on clients, on people, on compliance and innovation, anchored on integrity, respect, collaboration to achieve results as being the most compelling UK trade bank focused on Africa. This is us, Ghana International Bank at 65. Put your hands together.
65 years. It's a long time to be a strong, uninterrupted commercial concern in a turbulent and ever-changing world. Over the next decade, it's my sincere hope that GHIB can once again transform itself from a fledgling multinational financial institution to a truly Pan-African firm with the scale and resources to address the urgent need across sub-Saharan Africa.
I am pleased with the status of the bank and excited about its prospects. It is my sincere hope, as we continue to navigate through the challenges and complexities of global financial markets, GHIB will continue to play a critical role in the transformation of trade in Africa and rise to greater heights in the coming years.
The good news is that 65 years on, we're not just surviving, we're succeeding. We don't look back, we look forward. We look forward to our new strategy, we look forward to our new brand, and we remember the values that drove our forefathers and our foremothers to be the very best.
Long may this great institution grow and thrive for Africa and continue to be the continent's pride and style.
Sisters and brothers, the moment you've all been waiting for, the launch of our 65th anniversary new logo. Ghana International Bank, AICO! Thank you very much.
Miss Rose, send me this.
I have to represent an organization called Tap Tap Send. Shall we all say it? Tap Tap Send. Have you heard it before? Anybody? Oh, if you have heard it, then tell me something about Tap Tap Send. Okay. Now you haven't heard it before. If you know, you tell me something. What do you think Tap Tap Send is about? Yes.
That sets a platform to transmit money from abroad to African countries. We are live in the UK, European Union, US, Canada, and United Emirates. And we support payment into Senegal, Mali, Guinea, Ghana, Cameroon, the Ivory Coast, Kenya, Madagascar, Zambia. Please, that is it.
Good morning, everyone. Can I call on Dr. Khan to say the opening prayer, please?
Good morning. If it is okay, may I ask that we be on our feet as we take the opening prayer? Yeah. Everlasting Father, we thank you this morning. We're grateful for the gift of life and for health. And Lord, for making it possible for us to gather here one more time. We commit today into your hands. We commit every meeting into your hands. We commit every gathering, every interaction into your hands. Holy Spirit, we welcome you. Lord, we ask that your will and your perfect will be done. We commit those that are about to join us into your hands, Lord, that you grant them journey mercies. We thank you. In Christ Jesus' name have we prayed. Amen.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning. I'd like to wish everyone a warm welcome. The Minister of Health, Honorable Bernard Okoboy, who will be joining us, and some of the others will be joining us as well. We have the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, Honorable Nana Ayew Afriyie, who's here as well. The Ranking Member of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, Honorable Kwabena Akando, who's here as well. Thank you. Member of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, Honorable Sandra Safo. We have another member of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, Honorable Sebastian Sanderi. We have the clerk of the same office, Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, Mrs. Eunice Abaka. Then we have the Medical and Dental Council team. We have the registrar, Dr. Divine Banyumbala, who will be joining us. The Deputy Registrar of the Medical and Dental Council, Dr. Alex Pisa Kodua. Thank you, sorry. Head of Standards, Medical and Dental Council, Miss Adelaide Ashi. Thank you. Deputy Head of Standards, Medical and Dental Council, Mr. Kenneth Abaka Newton, will be joining us. Head of Training, Medical and Dental Council, Mrs. Memunatu Abdullahi. Thank you. And the Deputy Head of Training, Medical and Dental Council, Mr. Aaron Dodu Ankara. We have the Dean of the Dental School, University of Ghana, Professor Sandra Hewlett. Mr. President, Dr. William Kijani. Members of the GDD Executive Group, ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome you to our 19th annual conference of the Ghana Doctors and Dentists Association. It is a pleasure to have you all here. It's so warming to see everyone here and to see the numbers too. And we're very grateful for your attendance. Today's theme is on empowering lives managing the sickle cell disease patient. We're going to hear quite a lot about it. experts in their fields to tell us about it, where we're going these days, the management, anything new, anything innovative that is happening, so that we can empower ourselves, help each other to manage this debilitating disease so that our people don't have to keep suffering. So I'll leave that to the experts who are going to talk about that today. We have a dental aspect to it as well. So a bit about housekeeping. We're not expecting a fire drill today, so if there's a fire alarm, we need to go outside to the front of the hotel. The assembly point is the car park in the front of the hotel. The washrooms through these double doors at the end of that corridor, right and left as well, one floor down, there are washrooms there. Okay. We hopefully would run to time. We'll see how that goes. We hope to, at the end, have a discussion panel with questions and answers then. But I suppose after the end of a presentation, if you have any questions, please do feel free to raise your hand and ask your questions. Without further ado, I shall call on President William Kijani to give the opening address. Thank you.
Trying to go into the 21st century, so I hope it works. Thank you, Pamela Aban Ohenijan, our secretary. Once again, welcome to you all. Once again, welcome to you all to our 19th annual health conference. I'm Mr. William Kijani, but as we prefer to say it, Dr. William Kijani, because when you say Mr., people don't know you're a doctor in Ghana. Introductions have been done, so I may not repeat all names. His Excellency, as you said, Papa Osu Ankama, it's going to be coming, but he's running late. As you said, Honorable Okoboy has touched down. He's on his way coming. That's the Minister for Health. We've introduced the members from Medical and Dental Council, so there's no need for me to repeat that. In terms of the Parliamentary Select Committee, we did introduce Dr. Friye, and we've got the ranking member, who is Honorable Kwabna Minta Akando, who was also introduced. So we got them here. And then also, importantly, we got our own executive members, and then the members of the association is the members who make the association. So you're all welcome. It's a real pleasure for me to be doing this. Now, this is our first conference since the historic ratification of the Memorandum of Understanding between GDDA UK and Medical Dental Council Ghana. So this is more or less our first anniversary. Those of you who were here last year will remember that historic occasion, which was a year ago. Now, this has started yielding results to GDDA members, and for that matter, I won't delve too much into it, because on the program, you can see that there's a section for how GDDA UK has gone along the route of the MOU, and there'll be a response from Dr. Divine Banyubala on his side, what the first year of its implementation has been. As said, this year's health conference theme is Empowering Lives managing the sickle cell patient. Now, this is of enormous importance to the Afro-Caribbean community worldwide, but pertinent to our community in Ghana. The assumption is that we all trained or started medical school in Ghana, or trained and completed in Ghana and came to do postgraduate. Or some didn't train in Ghana, have Ghanaian ancestry, and you'll be aware that sickle cell disease is common. It runs in families, and those of you who are old enough will know about Professor Konote Ahulu. He is the foremost authority on sickle cell disease. And GDDA UK is and has been privileged to have had him on some of our conferences and also as a speaker. So it is a problem. Strides have been made. I'm sure those of you who worked in children's block in Kolebu or medical block, obstetrics, you would have come across these patients, sickle cell patients in crisis, and even some of my own colleagues in medical school. So we've seen it firsthand. And in my family, we got sickle cell disease. And in the UK, when I started in one of the London hospitals, I came across, it wasn't an ENT patient, I'm an ENT surgeon, but in seeing another patient, the history I was hearing, I knew this was sickle cell disease. But unfortunately, the doctor who was seeing this patient, from the way the history taking was going, you knew that it was never going to arrive at a diagnosis. So I did the right thing. As a colleague, we went to another office and then told him, ask these questions and you get these answers. So he's remained a friend to now. We are privileged to have Dr. David Alote. He's a consultant hematologist in the UK, and he runs a specialist sickle cell clinic and will be giving the talk on sickle cell disease this morning. We are also privileged to have Professor Sandra Hewlett, who's been introduced, who will give the talk on the dental and facial manifestations of sickle cell disease and its management. GDDK UK is most honored to have Dr. Okokboy, who will be joining us later. And as some of you will know, he's a medical doctor, a physician specialist. So the questions will be back and forth. We'll be able to pick his brains on what is happening currently in Ghana, and he'll also be able to pick our brains on what we're doing here, knowing what is happening in Ghana. GDD UK, in its collaborative work with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, as well as our sister organization in North America, as the Ghana Physicians Surgeons Foundation, GPSF, have created the diaspora faculties in various medical, surgical, dental faculties in Ghana with members from both associations. It gives me a privilege to take this opportunity to announce the presence of the president, the current president of GPSF, Dr. Fran Abaye. So if you would stand up and let them see you properly. Yes. Okay. You're most welcome. The diaspora faculties, of which GDDA UK and our cousins in the US are part of, works with the Ghanaian counterparts. Now, they're there to support residency training in Ghana. Some of you will be on the committees. On this note, I also like to make mention some people or certain communities and health facilities in Ghana who are not in the primary forefront of what you call residency training, etc. Everything used to be Accra, Kolebu, but now the thinking is changing. They're trying to move it outside of Accra. So you got Kumasi, you got Tamale, and you got Cape Coast. The idea is if you can move the residency training, that's a formulated guided training, Not that somebody is doing bits, etc. You follow the college curriculum. Then you'll be able to produce more specialists, and it's also a way of getting other doctors to be in other regions rather than everybody being in Accra or Kolebu. And a special thank you, who's also be arriving, to His Excellency Papa Osu Ankama for his continued support of GDDA UK. He's always been there for us, and we are most grateful to him and his office. After the morning health conference, there will be the evening fundraising dinner dance, which will be a time for us to relax, enjoy, eat, drink, make merry, but still be in charge of your faculties. Now, please do bid generously for the auctions that will be there. And then also the raffle tickets, which have been circulated, we've gone up a high notch. The first prize will be tickets to Ghana and return. So one of you is going to win it. And as I said in earlier communications, you got to be in it to win it. So please buy. Buy loads of it. I've told my wife she should buy loads. Hopefully we'll win some. I've never won any. Now, we're a charity organization, so we do charitable work. And GDDA UK is proud to announce that we've paid for the completion of the roofing of the 8 uncompleted classroom blocks at Go Atanda Primary School in Bongo District, Upper East of Ghana, as announced last year at the conference. It has been completed. For this project, I would like to offer the association's unqualified thanks to Dr. Kofi Edu. He's traveled there back and forth. Kofi Edu, let's see you. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Kofi. Okay. Yeah. Now, in the UK, people used to say that we live in the UK, but everything is geared towards Ghana, Ghana, Ghana. So we've addressed that. So we've resumed our health screening outreach event, doing blood pressure checks and dental screening at the annual London Party in the Park event. This is a free service. Now, GDD UK, like any charitable association, continues with its executive functions. And in doing this, we've got various committees. These are volunteers who dedicate their time to how the association works. At the AGM, there will be more information and talk on this. Also, as I said last year, that the association executives, we are an aging executive. We needed new blood. And I'm proud to announce that following our recent GDDA UK elections for new executive officers, we have over 90% new executives who are from the much younger generation of doctors and dentists. This will allow we, the not so young current executives, somebody said, speak for yourself, so yes. So we, the not so young current executives, to bar out later today with our heads held high in the knowledge that this our august association will continue to grow from strength to strength in the UK and in Ghana. Getting the young blood, I would like to thank Dr. Isabella Snowden. So let's see you, Isabella. Yes. Well done. GTD UK, we also said it that, yes, presidents. Anytime you hear GTD president, you hear Dr., Mr., Male, Mr. GTD UK has elected its first female president, Dr. Jacqueline Banfo, consultant obstetrician, who would again take the association forward. Congratulations. Let's see. There you are. A special thank you to the GDD UK Local Organizing Committee, working with Mr. Paul Akwabua and Linda Wayo of Access Media in helping us with this excellent event hosting skills, and also getting us sponsors for our conference and dinner dance. Paul and Linda, where are you? Can we see you, please? Thank you. In terms of their good work and hard work, we've had excellent sponsors who have come in. And I would like to give thanks to Ghana International Bank and Development Bank as the top corporate gold sponsors, as well as East Airport International School. Any representatives here? East Airport? Gold sponsors. Okay, thank you. And then also we got Tap Send. You'd have seen them ushering you in. Yes, and then Pay Angel. So if you want an angel to send money to Ghana, Pay Angel is there, and Tap Send. And of course, we've got KGL Foundation. Once again, I would like to warmly welcome you all to our 19th Annual Health Conference and Fundraising Dinner Dance this 5th of October 2024. God bless you. I'd like to call on Dominic Godreau.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. And it's very lovely to see all of you here. I think there's been a slight change to the schedule because we are missing our Minister of Health. So I will take the pleasure to invite the next speaker. So the next speaker is a physician by primary training. He's also a legal practitioner and holds a PhD and a master's, or a master's and a PhD, sorry, in bioethics and medical jurisprudence from the University of Manchester in the UK. He has a vast experience in healthcare ethics and law, health policy, professional regulation, ethics, education, research, and then ethics governance as well. Okay. He also headed and founded the first medical legal department at the Ministry of Health, located in the office of the director within the Ghana Health Service. And currently, he is the registrar of the Medical and Dental Council and a member of the legal committee of the Ministry of Health. Oh.
Yes. Apologies. Dr. Divine has been called from the office presently. So he's gone out. He'll come back in. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So, yes. Yeah. So when you're summoned, you have to go. Okay. So what we'll do. Okay. So the next speaker, I will say a few words about him. He's a proud alumnus of UGMS class of 1994 and, listen carefully, Achimota School. Before that. I'm from Achimota School, so let me enjoy this small. Pardon me. Yes, Achimota School. Before that, his interest in hematology began before entering medical school, when he performed his first national service at Kolebu Teaching Hospital Hematology Department. On completing his housemanship in Ghana, he moved to England to pursue specialist training in general medicine on medicine side, attaining membership of the Royal College of Physicians UK, and then went on to complete specialist training in hematology in the West Midlands, becoming a fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists. He has been a consultant hematologist for 16 years, with special interest in multiple myeloma and autologous stem cell transplantation and is currently the transplant program director for the Dorset Transplant Unit. He has recently been appointed to the role of Royal College of Pathology UK Country Advisor to Ghana, keen to improve collaboration in training, research, and service development in all aspects of pathology between colleges in UK and Ghana, recognizing all the fantastic teachers and mentors who have invested in his personal development. He lives in Southampton with his wife, Aki, a consultant pediatric pathologist, UGMS, class of 1996, with affiliation to Achimota School, and daughter, Kira. David and Kira are Chelsea football fans and have recently had a go at kayaking in the Achen River. Present to you Dr. David Alo.
Right. Thank you very much, William.
Most welcome, David.
Thank you. Morning. So it's a great privilege for me to speak amongst all these distinguished guests. I won't go over everybody, but I'm very grateful to the GDDA executive for inviting me to speak today. It's good to be amongst friends and family, and today we're going to look at sickle cell disease. As William says, it's close to everyone's heart, isn't it? We've all got family members or friends who have suffered from the effects of this disease. Just by way of disclosure, Dorset has a low prevalence of sickle cell. You know, those of you who work in London or other cities will probably see more patients with sickle cell than I do as a hematologist, though I do run a clinic there. But I trained in the West Midlands in Birmingham, big population of sickle cell patients, but as a consultant, I'm working in a low prevalence area. But I'm pleased to be able to talk to you about recent advances in sickle cell disease. So, what we're going to do today is if this will work. Okay, was that you? Okay, for some reason this is not working. Okay, so the lines of inquiry will be, first of all, the disease. What is sickle cell disease? You know, how does it affect people? How does it cause disease and pain and all these issues, complications of sickle cell disease? And who gets it? The epidemiology of the disease. So I'm aware that, you know, I'm not going to teach, you know, grandparents to suck eggs, but everybody here knows the basics of sickle cell disease. But what we're going to bring is the new advances in treatment of sickle cell. So we've just about half an hour for that, and I'll concentrate on the management as well. You know, what current treatments are available, how do they work, how can you access them, who can get these treatments. Is that working now? Thank you. Yeah. So, when Jackie and I were driving up the M3 to come here yesterday, we reflected on the fact that this is actually Black History Month. Yeah, October in the UK, Black History Month. And the theme for this year's celebrate or inquiry is looking at reclaiming the narrative. I don't know if any of you are involved in Black History Month, but the theme is reclaiming the narrative. You know, telling the story of black people in the UK, around the world, and telling our history. People say that history is written by the victors, you know, people with power, but we also have a story to tell. And it's important that the narrative of black people, and in relation to sickle cell disease, is heard by people all around the world. But just one thing to say, and I'm sure there are lots of tribes represented, lots of people who in our languages have a term for a sickler. You know, in Ga, we talk about helache. I don't know, has anybody got any other terms in your language? Okay. And literally in Ga, we're talking about a chief of sickness, chief of illness. I don't know, what's the literal translation of the Akan term? Is there a literal translation? No. Pain. Okay. But one term which is from the Igbo people in Nigeria, which actually captures the essence and the stigma associated with sickle cell disease, is the term ogbanje. And literally, this means children who come and go, you know. So our forefathers and foremothers recognized in the village that there will be a family where there will be a child born, looks healthy, but within 6 months, a year, it's actually passed away. And they will try again, have another child who will also pass away. And there were people like us, you know, inquisitive observers trying to come up with explanations for this. And as they did, they attributed this to an evil spirit, you know, and it's a reincarnation of an evil spirit coming back in each child. And you can imagine the stigma that we placed on that family. But that was the explanation at the time. Now, it wasn't until 1910 that in the West there was a publication about the case of sickle cell disease. And this was in Chicago, Chicago Presbyterian Hospital, and this physician saw a student who had come from the Caribbean, who was a dental student, come in with pain, and they looked at his blood under the microscope and found these sickle cells, and that was the first recorded Western documentation of sickle cell disease in 1910. And it took a while before people, you know, elucidated what was actually going on, and this was Linus Pauling, who described the structure of hemoglobin and the different structure of hemoglobin S, so A being the normal and S being sickle hemoglobin. Then in 1977, Gilbert and Sanger actually deciphered the molecular basis of sickle cell disease as we know it today. So this was the first genetic disorder anywhere for which the molecular basis was known. Now, you will all remember this, and it's just worth going back to what actually happens. And the current thinking is that this happened many thousands of years ago. There was a mutation in hemoglobin G. So that there was a change from thymine, T in green, into A, alanine. This then gets transcribed into the code GAG being normal, but GUG is what codes for sickle cell disease, and that's the substitution of the amino acid valine for glutamic acid. Now, interestingly, hemoglobin C also has a change at that same position, but lysine that is replacing glutamic acid in hemoglobin C. This single point amino acid change changes the structure of hemoglobin so that in hypoxic conditions, low pH, hemoglobin S polymerizes into strands rather than existing as molecules. And that is what stretches out the red cell to appear as a sickle. So you have these rods within the red cell, and they form the sickle. Now, just to go back, that's the electron microscopy picture of a sickle cell, as opposed to a normal cell. And what then happens in crisis is that these sickle cells block the small vessels, so there's mechanical obstruction leading to tissue hypoxia and infarction. Okay. Now, it's worth just looking back at the structure of hemoglobin. So hemoglobin is made up of 2 alpha chains, 2 beta chains, and the heme ring in the middle. You have about 280 billion of these hemoglobin molecules in each red cell in order to carry oxygen around. So if you get a different combination of the alpha and other chains, then you have different hemoglobin. So fetal hemoglobin, which has a higher affinity for oxygen, is made up of 2 alpha chains and 2 gamma chains. Hemoglobin S, you have the beta S chain with the substitution combined with the alpha chains, and C is beta C. Now, this will be relevant as we go along and talk about the management. So, in terms of terminology, sickle cell anemia refers to the homozygous state. Some people mix these up, but anemia is HBsAg, whereas the broader term of sickle cell disease includes SS and S with a different gene, which will still result in sickling. And so the one that's common to us is SC, though the phenotype is milder than SS. But others around the world as well, Punjab, found in India. This is not just a black thing. It occurs in India and in the Middle East. You've got O Arab combining with sickle cell disease, causing sickling as well. And I said, the problem is that polymerization of sickle hemoglobin occurs at low oxygen tensions, leading to formation of these rods within the cells and the sickle shape. Sickle cells are more prone to break down. They have a shorter life, and so there's hemolysis as one of the main problems, but also the vasculopathy due to obstruction of the blood vessels. And this results in damage to various organs. It's not just a mechanical problem. There's also the interaction between the sickle cells and the endothelium. Now, nitric oxide is a potent vasodilator. When you have breakdown of cells and release free hemoglobin, it binds to nitric oxide, and reduction in the nitric oxide then leads to vasoconstriction. So that further exacerbates the issue, as well as the inflammatory response to infection. And there are certain adhesion molecules, one of them being P-selectin. And the reason why I mentioned that is because a drug has been developed to target P-selectin and try to ameliorate the effects of sickle cell disease, but it hasn't been successful. And vascular injury underlies everything. So all these mechanisms lead to problems that we see in our patients. And I'm going to go through all this, but we know that sickle cell affects people from head to toe. In green are the chronic complications, and one that I'll highlight is the neurocognitive dysfunction. due to repeated ischemia, infarction in the brain. It has been shown in various studies to reduce the cognitive ability of children with sickle cell disease, but also affects them as they grow up. And also, out of school does have an effect on the unfortunate children. You can see one of the other things to highlight is hyposplenism. Splenic infarction leads to immune deficiency, and so they're prone to infection with encapsulated organisms, which would normally be dealt with by the spleen, in particular streptococcal infections, and that's one of the major causes of death in patients with sickle cell disease. Okay, and we all know about avascular necrosis. Patients with sickle cell disease, because of poor blood supply, can end up needing hip replacements at a young age because of that problem. Now, there are lots of different specialists represented here, aren't there? And I'm sure you all see patients with sickle cell disease in your practice. And I think actually this is a really good forum because, you know, we all go on conferences in our specialty, but in this case, we've got lots of different people who can bring ideas and opinions on what could be done to help patients. So I'll be very interested to hear, you know, comments from other specialties. So we've talked about what it is, and we've talked about how it affects people, and now we're going to talk about who gets it. So the epidemiology of sickle cell disease. This paper was very extensive. It brought together an international collaboration of sickle cell experts, and they produced this, which was published in The Lancet last year, and it highlighted the global burden of sickle cell disease. Now, I like this map. This kind of summarizes what they found. So the top map up here, A, is looking at the birth incidence of sickle cell disease. Now, the areas in red have a birth incidence of about 2%. So 2% of children in areas Ghana, Nigeria, West Africa will have sickle cell disease. And you can see, you know, smaller populations in South America, India, South, the Middle East as well. But interestingly, sickle cell, the gene can be found in all populations if you look hard enough. So that's an interesting thing, but it has been maintained in the malaria endemic areas, as we know. Now, looking at map B, this is the prevalence. So in Ghana, for example, about 2% of births have sickle cell disease, and that translates into about 1 to 2% of the population then having sickle cell disease. The bottom maps are looking at the mortality rate. So this is mortality specific to sickle cell disease or its complications, and you can see the high mortality rate in West Africa, Central Africa, with a high prevalence of sickle cell disease. And D is looking at the total all-cause sickle cell mortality. So people dying with sickle cell disease, not specifically of it, and that's also, would expect, very high. Okay, so we touched a bit about malaria, and the theory is that carriers of the S gene are protected from severe malaria, cerebral malaria, and death due to malaria. Homozygous SS, there is no survival benefit in being homozygous, but the presence of the S gene in carriers means that when the cells are infested by malaria parasites, these cells will actually be taken up, phagocytosed, and got rid of before there's a proliferation of the malaria parasites. Okay, and that is why patients with AS will not get as severe severe malarial infections. So the top illustrates that, and in the bottom, if you've got a normal cell, you can have proliferation of the merocytes, and then when you have hemolysis, breakdown of the cells, these will then go on and infect other cells before they are taken up and destroyed by the spleen. Does that make sense? So that's why we believe that having the carrier status protects against malaria, and that's an argument for why it has prevailed in malaria endemic areas. Okay. So the paper that I talked about looked at sub-Saharan Africa, and these are, interesting statistics. So 25 of the 30 poorest countries in the world are found in sub-Saharan Africa. However, 45 of the 50 highest birth rate countries are also in sub-Saharan Africa. So the population is increasing, but more children are being born into poverty than anywhere else in the world. And it's estimated that in 2021, about 375,000 children with sickle-cell disease were born with sickle-cell disease in sub-Saharan Africa. And even more tragic statistic is that 50 to 90% of children with homozygous SS will die before their 5th birthday. And this is all published in WHO documents, and they've looked at it. I was skeptical about this, and I wondered how they got to reach these numbers. But they said they got it from, first of all, death certificates. We know how unreliable they can be, but also looking at admissions to hospital, discharge summaries, and other sources, coding, clinical coding, which is also unreliable. But one of the best ways of finding out how many children are dying is to go into a community, and where you would expect, in Ghana, 25% of the population carry the S or the C gene, which translates into about a 2% birth incidence. So go into a community, and if you round up all the children at, let's say, age 6, you would expect 2% of them to have sickle cell disease, but you'll find more of them. And what does that tell you? They've all died before the age of 5. And then when you go and probe, they say, oh, she had a baby who died in infancy. So that's the evidence that we have, is looking at what the current population is particularly in remote areas, in the villages. If you go and do that, you won't find many children with sickle cell disease above 5, which is tragic. However, on the other side, and this is published by the Institute for Clinical Genetics in Kolebu, some of us would remember working there with the big sickle clinic in Kolebu. And for those who are being looked after, who are being seen, early diagnosis, early intervention, they said about 80% of children will survive into adulthood. So the disparity between those who access healthcare and those who don't access healthcare. And so that is a challenge, to be able to ensure that everybody in the room our beloved an all-age prevalence, thank you. All-age prevalence of about 1 to 2%, but still a very high mortality rate from sickle cell disease. And so the conclusion from this global burden of disease paper, and I've highlighted some of the key points. Sickle cell disease is the most neglected global health problem today. It remains a low priority in the agenda of governments and the hematology and global health communities. And even though there have been, new developments, there's inequity in access to these new treatments of sickle cell disease. This is recommended bedtime reading for everyone. I think it highlights the problem in a clear manner. I like this map because these maps, and they just illustrate a point I made earlier. So this is the normal map of the Earth, different continents represented by different colors, Africa in green there. And below it is what the Earth would look like if we distorted these based on population. So, for example, India would be massive because they've got a population of 1.3 billion out of the 8 billion in the world. So their proportion is massive. Nigeria, population 260 million, would be massive there. Ghana not so big with our 34 million population. But the even more interesting thing is the birth rates. So India and Africa have these huge birth rates, and so they would be represented here with, the majority of the landmass of the world. And you look at, the UK, US, they become smaller based on the birth rate. And so the question is, how is this going to affect the future generations? The greater population, is it going to make us more powerful, have more influence? And people are shaking their heads. So you can understand why there are billionaires in this place who are looking to move to Mars. Elon Musk wants to set up a colony in Mars because he knows what's coming. He knows that, the population is just going to expand in the poorer countries. But no, we won't be going to planet B. Another document that came out this year, which is quite comprehensive, is the WHO Strategic Guidance Framework. I'm not a public health doctor, but these are the pillars of how you improve care to patients in underprivileged communities and underfunded around the world. So primary health care, we know with midwives, health visitors, forming the basis of the pyramid, and then they're the ones who can go and educate people in the rural areas and refer patients on to secondary health care and then on to tertiary centers of excellence. We need to have an integrated approach. We need to be able to use innovative technology, and there should be national policy on how we procure therapies. How am I doing for time? I'm not doing well. Okay. How long do I have? 5 minutes. Okay, sorry. So I'm gonna have to skip this and come to the management. But I just put this slide in because the grass is not greener in the UK. People know this, and there was an all-party parliamentary committee looking at the care of patients with sickle cell disease, and they came to these conclusions. Generally care is good, and people live to 67 median, but there is evidence of substandard care, low awareness in healthcare. You know, healthcare professionals don't really know about sickle cell disease, and unfortunately some negative attitudes and examples of racism in looking after patients with sickle cell. So I think for the sake of time, I will jump onto management. Prevention is better than cure. So it starts with education, educating children about being carriers for sickle cell disease and, you know, the risks, the 1 in 4 risk of getting a baby with sickle cell disease if 2 carriers have children. Genetic counseling is important there, and, you know, in some communities in Nigeria, they've actually, you know, had a ban on sickle cell, and I believe some churches in Ghana also would not encourage carriers to get married, and everyone gets tested before that. But even if you try and do that, and, you know, even in an authoritarian place like Saudi Arabia, they've tried that, but people will defy. You know, you love who you love, and you're just going to, you know, have babies. So babies will be born with sickle cell disease. And so coming on to the next part of the talk in my 4 minutes that I have, there's the first manifestation is at about 6 months of age with what's known as hand-foot syndrome, you know, dactylitis. So a baby may be born healthy, they may not know that they've got sickle cell disease, but then they develop this and present to, you know, the hospital. If they do present to the hospital, then they get tested and find out actually this baby's got sickle cell disease. And I just want to kind of honor the memory. I never met the man, Prof. Ohini Frimpong, but did anyone know him? Yep, okay, got a hand there. He did fantastic work in advocating for patients with sickle cell disease in Ghana. He was a professor in Philadelphia originally, but he moved back to Ghana, and he was the president of the Sickle Cell Foundation, and he's credited with setting up the first newborn screening program for sickle cell disease in Kumasi, in the Ashanti region. And since then, but sadly, he passed away 2 years ago, but his legacy lives on. And in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, Sickle Cell Foundation, Clinton and Noguchi, there's been an expansion of this program such that we now have 11 regions with newborn screening programs, and we know that early diagnosis and intervention saves lives. Okay, so the treatment options, and for the sake of time, I'm just going to say methods to try and reduce hemoglobin S and its effects have not all been successful. Hydroxyurea was first used about 30 years ago and still remains the standard of care for sickle cell management because it increases the proportion of hemoglobin F, fetal hemoglobin, reduces polymerization, and reduces sickling. It is recommended that this can be started from as early as 9 months from birth in order to reduce the sickling and deaths from complications. The other thing that's important to do is penicillin prophylaxis, and that can start from about 3 months after birth because infection is a major cause of death. Now, people have also looked at these other treatments. Inhaled nitric oxide, there was a Cochrane review which showed that it doesn't work. It's no better than room air. You would have thought that, you know, vasodilatation would help, but actually it doesn't. So that got crossed off. Crizanlizumab was the next big thing. You know, after 20 years of no new drugs, this antibody was developed against P-selectin, and people thought that, wow, the initial trials showed some benefit, but later trials showed actually people were getting more vaso-occlusive crisis than before they were on the drug. And so that drug has also been withdrawn. Now, just last week, the next drug on the list was unfortunately withdrawn Oxbryta. It had a novel mechanism of action by reducing polymerization of S, but the further studies have shown there are more deaths in the Oxbryta group, 8 compared to 2 in the placebo group, and so that drug has also been withdrawn. And so there's a lot of uproar that, first of all, these drugs, obviously, because of the need, the unmet need, they were introduced early, but it turns out in the longer term, they actually don't work and they do more harm than good. And so they have been withdrawn. So that leaves us with the fantastic new technology of gene editing. I will jump that. Hydroxycarbamide I've talked about, and just to say there was a massive study of hydroxycarbamide in African children which showed the benefits, and since then I'm aware that the Ministry of Health have had a agreement with Novartis to supply hydroxyurea, and I understand that it's now available on the National Health Insurance System in Ghana. That was withdrawn, and Pfizer brought out their release about Oxbryta saying that there are more deaths and they're discontinuing it because of those deaths. The Sickle-Cell Society in the UK produced a statement about this because understandably people were disappointed. These new drugs are being withdrawn, but the lesson is all that glitters initially is not gold. These drugs need to be tested. You need to give them time and see what their effects are before you rush them through. And so there's lessons to be learned there. So those have been crossed off. Now, the last part of my talk is about these two ladies. Does anyone know who these are? Anyone whose name is not Alute? No, okay. So these ladies, so Jennifer Doudna on the left is an American biochemist, and Emmanuel Charpentier is a French microbiologist. They collaborated on the CRISPR gene editing technology, and they won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 2020 for this amazing advance. Now, CRISPR, that's what it stands for up there, long name, but basically it's a method of cutting DNA, and it was first detected in bacteria. It's part of their immune system to, against invading viruses. You can cut the DNA, kill the virus. It's not produced in humans or plants, and so, but they've managed to harness this technology for gene editing. And so what you do, I don't think we'll have time for the clip, so I'll just go on to it and say that what you do is you harvest stem cells from the patient, take them into the lab, you then edit the gene within using this CRISPR technology. So it cuts out a genetic area. Now, the area that they've targeted actually would normally switch off hemoglobin F production. So by cutting that out, you turn F production back on. So these sickle cell patients will produce large amounts of hemoglobin F and therefore reduce the sickling and prolong their lives. So you take the stem cells out, do the gene editing. In the meantime, you give that patient myeloablative chemotherapy, wipe out their bone marrow, wipe out their sickle stem cells, and then put back these new stem cells that you've created in the lab into the patient. And these will engraft in the bone marrow and produce new cells with higher levels of hemoglobin F. So this is, genius technology which they have developed. And the trials have shown that so far, all these bars represent patients who've had the technology, and 31 of all the patients were free of vaso-occlusive crisis, after 36 months follow-up. And in fact, the updated results are 44 patients are still vaso-occlusive crisis free. So this is the game changer. This is what you came for. This is the meat of what we can do now for sickle cell patients. The obvious question is, how much does it cost? 1.65 million per patient for a one-off technology, okay? And so you could say, you're saving so much in terms of the patient's, care, ongoing care, admissions, and all that healthcare, if they've still got sickle cell disease, but that's how much it costs. Now, the NHS will have a confidential agreement with the company as in terms of reduction of the price, and they wouldn't tell anybody what it is. But the UK was proud to be the first country in the world to approve this CRISPR technology. The drug is called Casgevy or Sickle-Cell. However, NICE looked at it, and considering that there are 15,000 people with sickle cell disease in the UK, that's going to break the bank. Labour talking about a 22 billion black hole. This will be about 25 billion black hole in the finances of the country. But there are fewer patients with thalassemia who would also benefit from this technology. And it's estimated that about 460 patients with thalassemia will be eligible for this. And so NICE have approved it for thalassemia just last month. They're going to review the sickle cell decision again in December. And possibly there's some negotiation going on there to try and reduce the cost. But watch this space. The other way of gene editing is by using a viral vector, and this is novel cell. So similar to the original CRISPR technology, you can take the stem cells out of a patient, use a virus to insert a DNA portion within the stem cells, and then infuse those back into your patient. And now what you can include there is a new gene to create new hemoglobin, new beta chains. And this has also been shown to be very effective. However, there have been 2 cases of acute leukemia in follow-up of these patients. And we don't know what the long-term effects of this gene editing is, so obviously we've got to be very careful in what we do. And just to mention that the other way of changing someone's whole stem cells and hemoglobin is allogeneic stem cell transplant. The patient has chemotherapy, wipes out their bone marrow. This pink person donates stem cells into the patient, and you get a new bone marrow and immune system free of sickle cells. And that's obviously that also has its side effects, and people have tried reducing the intensity of the chemotherapy and also using half matches, so parents could actually donate, and there have been some good results there. So it's challenging. There are transformative treatments, but are they going to transform lives? The people who need it the most, are they going to get it? It could be clinically effective, but is it cost effective? And so, to conclude, we've got a big, population of sickle cell patients in the world. There are new drugs, but not everyone can access them. And the only proven treatments that we have are the ones that actually replace the hemoglobin S. They've tried, downstream pathways, but actually that doesn't seem to work. So the main thing is gene editing, stem cell transplants. And so the challenges for us is to change the narrative for these children, the next generation. How can we access all these fantastic treatments for them? So I will stop there. We have questions later, or yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, David, Dr. Alote. As we said, questions will be during the panel time to catch up. We'll get Dr. Pamela Aban-Ohenijan to give her talk. Then after that, we'll all go for coffee to recharge the batteries and come back. So I call on Dr. Pamela Aban-Ohenijan, GDDA UK Secretary.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alote. That was amazing. That was fantastic. As you said, yes, we're in a room of multi-disciplines, and it affects everyone's practice. And that is why this is very important, a topic. And the importance of what you've alluded here is amazing. What struck me was that it was the first genetic disorder whose molecular basis was known. And we're still here. And that's a shame. That's a real shame. But I know you were pressed for time. There'll be more time during the panel discussions to go through a bit more. Thank you. Right, so a small change in the proceedings. We've had to put Honorable Okoboy's talk later on after the break. Hopefully he would have arrived and refreshed to be able to come and join us. So I am talking about the MOU and what GDDA has done thus far. So I'm sure you can recall that last year, October, around this time, we signed the MOU with MDC, and we were charged to give back to Ghana by way of research, teaching, skills transfer, in as much as we could. And I have to say that GDDA has done quite well, if I may say so myself, in trying to move things forward. And we're quite pleased to say that we've got quite a few things done. So we'll go back. And here are the activities we've done. Smile for Ghana, who is a charity spearheaded by a few GDDA members and others, did some work. University of Ghana Dental School alumni event, we did some work there. We had some medical talks in the UK with the Ghana High Commission. We've set up or helped set up a new sedation program in the University of Ghana Dental School. And we're planning an international dental conference, which will be an annual conference in Accra, and the inaugural one would be May next year. So, with permission from Dr. Vondi, who's not here, he's given me part of his report to talk about, as well as permission from Professor Hewlett. Also, her team has put together a report, and I'm going to just report paraphrasing that. So we have GDDA members, Dr. Chris Vondi, Dr. George Brown, associate members, Dr. Malcolm Farr and Dr. Andrew Peterson, and a few others who did this project. They do this actually annually. So Smile for Ghana is a charity based in the UK. They undertake outreach on an annual basis. This year, they went to the flood-affected areas from the Akosombo Dam when it flooded in those areas, and they went in to help the community. They had about 1,000 patient turnout, and they were inundated. These are the services they provided. That they had dental care. There was blood pressure monitoring, blood sugar checks, some consultation, general health advice, and public education in oral health. That's the team comprised of not just doctors, dentists, and support staff, therapists, etc., who is quite a big team, who were all at hand to help. And this is a photo gallery of some of the work that they did. And we must say that they did a fantastic job. We do commend them very much for the work they did. And in April, around about the same time, the University of Ghana Dental School had their alumni association event. They called it the homecoming event. So with that one, there were 4 GDDA members who went and supported them. And it was myself, Dr. Chris Von D, Dr. George Brown, these 2 names are reappearing, Dr. Kevin Dapa. And what they did, the dental school, was some dental outreach, professional development webinars, business meetings, dinner, swearing in, and Thanksgiving service. So we, the GGDA members, participated in the dental outreach and the webinars. Dental outreach, here's some information about what they did. It attracted quite a lot of people, 137 people, and that was the profile of the staff who were there. And they were very pleased to see us and ever so grateful for the work that was done. Then the lectures came up, which was the 4th and the 5th, over 2 days. First day, myself and Dr. Chris Von D, as you can see there, gave a couple of lectures. And on the second day, Dr. George Brown also gave some lectures. And it whet the appetite. It whet the appetite, and these are some images of what we did on the outreach day. Whet the appetite in that it called for more, wanted to know more about the standards, setting standards in the dental area. The Ghana Dental Association president was very keen as well for us to do more of that. We have to say at this point that this was a real big test for the MOU, because we had Dr. Chris Van D, who had to then get his registration done. So that involved the MDC, who were very instrumental, very kind, took us through the process and got the registration done in time for him to be able to do the work that he did. And we're very grateful for that. Thank you for that. So we then had, this GGDA had a series of health talks at the Ghana High Commission. It was a face-to-face one, and this happened in November of last year. And it was, as you can see, emergency medicine, maternal health, diabetes, mental health, neurosurgery. And the GDDA members that get involved were our president, Dr. Kijani, Dr. Conrad Buckle. We had Dr. Jacqueline Bamfo, who's our president-elect, Dr. Victor Doku, and Dr. Mark Nyanzu, and Dr. Dominic Odrodonko, who was presenting earlier. So we've been quite active. They did this really well. The High Commissioner was very pleased and asked them to do it over 2 sites, the Belgravia as well as the Highgate. And they were very pleased about that and want us to go back to do some more. It didn't end there. Dr. Chris Von D, he's not here today, but he said he might come much later on. Because of the appetite that went on after giving the lecture on sedation and managing the anxious patient, went into the dental school to help set up a sedation program. And it involved lectures, some hands-on sessions, tutorials, clinical sedation sessions, and I think it's carrying on. And we have a group of people in Ghana at the dental school who have taken taking it on, are being offered the skills or the skills transfer, and they're going to continue with this, which is a wonderful thing, because I don't think that it existed. They had, of course, general anesthetic, etc., but they didn't quite have the sedation clinics. So that is something that we have done as well, and that was by Dr. Chris Vondi spearheading it. And we're planning this conference, so it's an International Dental Scientific Conference to be held on the 28th and 29th of May. It's not only for dentists, but we're calling on all the dentists in GDDA to participate in it. And it's in collaboration with Medical and Dental Council. Again, thank you very much. The Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. I don't know if there's a representative here today. University of Ghana Dental School. Thank you. And the Ghana Dental Association. So everyone I've spoken to about it has been very positive, very warm, very interested that we need something like this. So this will be a first. Dental-led, dental-only conference, international conference that we're going to set up in Ghana. And hopefully it carries on annually, and there are talks of perhaps having a dental and medical conference in time. So the theme is current trends in dental science, bridging evidence-based research and practice. So we've in the planning stage, we are in the planning stage. We've got a few speakers, and you would hear some more about it. So the main objectives are to enhance knowledge exchange, to do some practical sessions, of course, do some networking, get our professional development, CPD, and to have exhibitors come and showcase cutting-edge dental technology. So, I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much for all your attention. Thank you. We've come to the end of the first session. So we're going to, as I said, just change things slightly so we can accommodate our keynote speaker for later on. So we're going to pause there, have a break, take some pictures. You've got teas and coffees through the double doors there, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning to you all delegates, and welcome back after coffee and tea sessions. I did say coffee, and somebody said, why don't I add tea? So it's coffee and tea. Then I said, how about those who had orange or fruit juice? Then it went going on, so now water. So, so you're all welcome for the second session post-coffee break. I would like to inform you and confirm, as was said earlier on, that we have our Honorable Dr. Bernard Okoboy, Minister for Health, Ghana, here with us. Thank you very much, Dr. Okoboy, Honorable Dr. Okoboy, for gracing our function. And without much ado, I'll call on Dr. Pamela Abanohnijan to introduce and call the Honorable Minister for Health to give his keynote address.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Bernard Okoboy, you're very welcome. And we thank you very much for gracing our occasion. So Dr. Bernard Okoboy is a physician and politician with a diverse background in healthcare, public service, and community service. He was born in on January 25th, 1982 in the vibrant city of Accra, Ghana. His life story is a testament to the power of education, hard work, and an unwavering commitment to public service. Dr. Okoboy's educational journey began at Field Engineers Junior High School in Accra, where he earned his basic education certificate examination, BECE, in 1997. He continued to the Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, Legon, popularly known as Presec. Where he obtained his senior secondary school certificate in 2000, setting the foundation for his academic pursuits. He attended the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi, and in 2025 achieved a bachelor's degree in medicine and surgery, MBCHB. In Germany, he attended the Hamburg University of Applied Science, where he achieved a master's degree in public health. Not only that, he has another master's degree from the Accra Business School. He has a Master's of Business Administration, MBA, in 2020. He has a passion for education. He carried on and got an executive master's in alternative dispute resolution. See, I can't even say that. It's a mouthful for me. That sounds really impressive. He's a board chair of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. In 2020, he was appointed a member of the council of, in 2018 to 2020, appointed a member of the council at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani. He left a lasting impact on the education sector whilst he was there. In 2020, His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, appointed him Deputy Minister of Health. He was a Member of Parliament for the Lejekuku constituency in Accra, in Greater Accra. He was a Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Association, NHIS, Association. He's authored 3 books. I don't know where he finds the time, but he's done all that. And the books are The Audacity of Ambition, High Blood Pressure in Black People, and The Mother in the Monster. I urge you all to read these books. In 2023, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo conferred the Order of Volta Companion Award to Honorable Okoboy. This was in recognition of his efforts in the management and the fight against COVID. And I have to pause here and say that Honorable Okoboy did an amazing job in publicly educating and helping to manage and contain this disease. And we're ever so grateful for that. Thank you. Honorable Okoboy, our Minister of Health Ghana, is here to give the keynote speech. Honorable, your audience. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, senior colleagues. I don't think there's anyone who is younger than myself, so I'm the youngest. And I'm happy to join you this afternoon. In fact, when I was being introduced, Secretary should have added that I'm a special friend of her brother-in-law. Sometimes the unofficial relationships can drive a lot of things. So I had to be here. I just got off the plane this morning. I had to be here at all costs, whatever, by all means. I'm very happy. So, Mr. Chairman, Dr. William Kejani, and the President of GDDA UK, Dr. Francisca Abanye, President of Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation, North America, all members, executives of both GDDA and our brothers in North America. If the media is here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be with you this afternoon for very good reasons. I'm a health advocate, so when I saw your theme, saw Sickle-Cell, I knew that I had to join you at all costs. But before I go into my speech, let me say that somewhere in 2002, when I applied, in fact, I think I applied a year before for medical school in KNUST. I thought I had qualified, so I even attended the interview. And then they called some of my friends, but they didn't call me. Now, the year before, I finished PSEC in 2000. Some of my colleagues went to school the following year, but some of us, they told us if we can wait one more year, they would take us in medical school. But if we wanted to do pharmacy, they could come the year earlier. I said, oh, I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait. So I waited. And then when it got to the year that I had finally been assured to enter medical school, went for the interview. The list came out. I was not part. So me to my family, we don't have doctors and all that. So luckily, my very good friend in PSEC is called Kwame Adubatin. The mother is an educationist, Mrs. Brandful. So we're in the house, and she said, Oko, me de mini obiao, but me brother, Onona Oko, the brother is also a virologist called Brandful. Some of you might know him. I'm saying this because of the sickle cell. He was my favorite scientist, but he was a sickler, SS. And he's one of the rare guys who had sickle cell, but had traveled very far the road. And for obvious reasons, he was a very sharp, astute scientist. So he knew everything about the condition and was taking good care of himself. So he was the one who told me that, oh, Agbenyenga is the dean. He's my classmate. So I'll give you a letter. Go and tell Agbenyenga to do something about your situation. So I went to Agbenyenga, and Agbenyenga said, did you come for the interview? I said, yes. I said, you shouldn't have been there. The results that you have, they miscalculated your grade. So you shouldn't have even qualified for the interview. So go and see the provisy. If they are willing to correct it on paper, I'll use it to admit you. So then I went to the provisy. Then he said, oh yeah, there was an error. And then they corrected it. Then I got my admission into medical school. So it was a sickle cell person who made it possible for me to become a doctor. So I am very happy. And let me say that Ghana, sickle cell is quite very significant, as we know, with about 18,000 babies born every year with it. That's more than the number of times I've had to explain what politicians really do in a year. And yet, despite these staggering numbers, we are yet to grasp how deeply this disease impacts, especially adults. I think most of the time we talk about the kids, but it's a big deal also in the life of adults. I've always believed that we're a nation of fighters, and sickle cell disease is no match for the fighting spirit of Ghanaians. Once we have a plan, we are determined to mobilize resources, do advocacy. There's a lot that we can do to handle and manage sickle cell. And not just the disease, but some of the challenges it creates for those who live with it. I'm also excited to say that through the years, we've pushed forward with interventions, various interventions, making strides inch by inch to give those living with the disease a fighting chance. And here's where the real good news in Ghana comes. Ghana is the first country in Africa to introduce hydroxyurea, which I believe most of you, all of you, if I may put it, know about. A groundbreaking treatment for sickle cell disease helps to reduce the number of vaso-occlusive events. We are not just sitting on the sidelines of history, we are making it as a country. And I'm proud to say that it is from the National Health Insurance Scheme that these payments are made. And immediately I mentioned National Health Insurance Scheme. I think, back home, I am a Sankofa agent. I was in Parliament. Some people took my seat away from me. I'm going back for the seat. So I normally say Sankofa, but I put some note by it. It's Sankofa only at the constituency level. Every Sankofa is Sankofa. because someone else is trying to do Sankofa at the national level, but that one is not an option. But mine is Sankofa. And I think immediately I mentioned National Health Insurance, I want to do Sankofa. I recognized, and guess what? There are some people, when you refuse to recognize them, life becomes difficult for you if you're a minister. That's the MPs. So the chairman of the health committee, Dr. Ayuefri, who is my senior brother, is here. So I would like to specially recognize him and when we finish the program, say sorry on my behalf before I get issues back home. He is with the ranking member. When we say ranking, the word sounds very authoritative, but it only means the leader in opposition. Opposition. The one who is in opposition, the highest person on the committee, they call him ranking member. So we are happy to have him also with us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has done quite a lot to try and support management of sickle cell. First of all, we pay for it. It's one of the benefits, conditions that are paid for by the National Health Insurance Scheme. Secondly, we had to introduce hydroxyurea obviously the price is beyond the affordability range of most Ghanaians. But through G2G, government had negotiations directly with, I think, Novartis or so. Novartis, right? Yes, to make the drug available for sickle cell. And it is paid for by the National Health Insurance Scheme. And we have to do this to show that when we make our mind to help carry the burden, it is possible to do that. And it is the same thinking that has made it possible now for this government, the Akufo-Addo government, to be paying for dialysis. Now we are paying for dialysis sessions. For those who are above 60, those who are below 18, we pay for all sessions. For those who are between these ranges, government is paying for at least 2 out of the 4 or so sessions that you receive in a year. And I'm happy to say that very soon, mental health as well, the 4 topmost conditions at the OPD, for the first time in the Fourth Republic, will be paid for by the state through the National Health Insurance Scheme. We are doing all we can to make sure that those conditions that can be managed, people are not kept away from them. And that is one thing that we are going to do. I would also be quick to mention that Ghana appreciates all the efforts of organizations like yours that do outreach back home, that inform policy, that put up the stage for discussions on the way forward. And most importantly, that directly bring in diagnostic tools and other instruments for interventions back home. I think you deserve a round of applause for all these interventions. You are one of the best examples that when we keep contact with our own, it is possible to have what is in other jurisdictions. And this reminds me of one of our favorite lectures when we were in KNUST. He was very popular amongst all the surgeons because for every condition, all he would tell you is that elsewhere, A, B, C, D would have been done. Elsewhere, X, Y, Z would have been done. Elsewhere. So all the lecturers used to call him elsewhere. And yet when you ask him, so what do we do about it now? He will tell you there are numerous challenges. But the good thing is that you are the group that when we continue to relate and collaborate with, we will not just say elsewhere, but we'll be ready to talk about what we can do in our local jurisdiction. Let me also salute our brothers from North Africa. The last time, I was not a big man. I was not the minister. So I wanted to come. In fact, I remember Adelaide told me that I had to join the Medical and Data Council to come. I'd just been sworn in, and the opposition leaders especially were still giving me a tough time. So I had not settled. But next year, God willing, I would come with... You are not God. You are not God. So let's see what God will do. So I'd also like to say that we at the ministry have made it clear that as much as possible, and this we've communicated to the Medical and Data Council, as much as possible, any physician, be he or she clinical or non-clinical, who has the capacity, the recognition and approval, the clearance to practice in the UK, should have the opportunity to practice back home in Ghana without any form of hindrance, any form of obstacle, or any form of frustration. We have made that one clear. We want to move on. We want to move on. I think because of cultural dynamics in the past, I realized that sometimes it was, we are here, you are there. But over time, we are all here. It's a global world. It's one place. And so that is clear. And I want to just give you my assurance. If there is any obstacle or hindrance anywhere, just let us know. The only thing that sometimes can bring small delay and issue is if we have to give you money. The only problem sometimes is money. But with opposition here, let me even say that is not even a big problem. But all other things should not be a problem. Administrative clearance, giving support, signatories, collaborating. We are ready to move with you so that your associations shall and can have the fullest impact, fullest interference or interventions back home in Ghana. Let me also say that sickle cell patients going into the future, we talk about physically challenged people and they get some special, preferences and privileges. I think it's about time that we find some category, not necessarily physically challenged, but if you know any sickle cell patient or person, I think some of the things they handle might be even more than those who enjoy certain privileges as physically challenged people. It is not about a limit on their capacity. It has to do with some of the things they have to manage and handle. And as we go into the future, because we are looking at this condition for this particular conference, it is my prayer that we move on to the next level where we can put in place measures to handle not just the pathology, but the life that comes with the pathology. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much. Just being here is satisfaction for me. All other talk is just dessert. And so on this note, I'd like to congratulate you for a successful convening, and it's my prayer that we would work hard and achieve even greater heights beyond where we are today. Once again, I thank you, and may God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable. That was great. So our next speaker is going to be introduced, and we ask GGDA President-elect Dr. Jacqueline Bampo to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to introduce Professor Sandra Hewlett. Professor Sandra Hewlett is the Dean of the University of Ghana Dental School, and she's assumed office on the 1st of August 2023. She's an alumnus of the school. She graduated with a bachelor degree in dental surgery in 1999, and thereafter pursued a master's degree at the University of London, obtaining a master's in clinical dentistry in prosthodontics in 2005. In 2007, she was appointed a lecturer in the Department of Restorative Dentistry at the University of Ghana Dental School, where she taught prosthodontics till July 2016, when she was appointed a senior lecturer in the department. In 2018, she was appointed the head of the department, a position she held till 2 months ago. Professor Hewlett holds fellowship in the prosthodontics from the West African College of Surgeons, a fellowship in restorative dentistry from the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, and a PhD in public health. Her research interests include aging and oral health of older adults, and tooth loss, particularly odonticism, and its effect on the systemic health. Professor Hewlett has an extensive list of publications, including peer-reviewed journals, articles, and book chapters. Professor Hewlett is married to Dr. Vincent Kweku Hewlett, and they have 3 sons. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Afternoon. And I'm going to extend on the existing protocols already established. I'd also want to say thank you so much to GDDA UK for inviting me and for everybody else. I bring you greetings from the University of Ghana Dental School. That's my beautiful school. It's a premier dental school in Ghana. And this was the old building, and this is currently the new status of it. We're yet to finish it, but we're going to hopefully finish it before the end of the year, so that now it's going to be the largest dental hospital in Ghana, possibly actually all of West Africa. So it's a great thing, and I'm really proud of my school. I also bring you greetings from the Center for Clinical Genetics. That's a Sickle-Cell Center in Kolebu Teaching Hospital. It's been one of the areas where we've collected a lot of the data I'm going to be sharing today. And thankfully, Dr. Alote has done a great job starting my work for me. So I'm going to skip a lot of the few ones on the prevalence and focus more on the dental facial manifestations of sickle cell. And we'll discuss a few of the studies we've carried out in Ghana and find out how best to manage these patients. So by way of introduction, we've known about what sickle cell is. We talked about a bit of its epidemiology, so I'm not going to go into that a lot. But most of the oral manifestations of sickle cell occur not because of the disease itself, but mainly because of other diseases that make, other situations that make them at a higher risk of some of these conditions. So it's not because of the sickle cell disease itself, but because of the management and the nature of the disease itself. So what are some of these conditions? Mainly the majority is pallor in the oral mucosa, which is like usually for almost anemias. There's delayed tooth eruption, there's higher risk of mandibular osteomyelitis, nerve damage, orofacial pain, and pulp necrosis. We're going to be picking each of them one by one and find out what it is and how we can manage them. The oral mucosa and the tongue basically have been a site for mucosal pallor and jaundice. And so most of the times when patients walk into our clinic, one of the things you can see, once you say open your mouth and they open your mouth, once you're seeing pallor and jaundice, you want to ask more questions. And usually this is one of the high risk things that we come across. It's usually due to the breakdown of RBCs and also the hyperbilirubinemia. So those accounts for it. And it's also due to the low blood oxygen levels, and it makes the tongue pale, the oral mucosa pale. And it's also observed that in the gingiva as well. So over here it shows a picture just around the gingiva, just this yellowish area of hyperbilirubinemia in those areas. One feature that has also highlighted this disease is an atrophy of the tongue. So usually the tongue has, the dorsum of the tongue has a lot of papilla, and usually most of the patients walk in with either a partial or a complete loss of all of the papilla on the tongue. One of the things that causes this is usually being attributed to iron, folate, and vitamin C, vitamin B12 deficiency. Now, these vitamins are very essential for DNA synthesis, and therefore once these are missing, then chances are that these papilla are lost. And so once you walk into you're seeing a patient, I know most of the time they come up with issues and they don't really consider the oral symptoms as important. But sometimes it's good as doctors to just say, open your mouth, do look out for all of those things. They'll be telling you a lot of tales from there. Another key feature is orofacial pain. Unfortunately, the sickle cell patient has to live with pain for most of their life. But one key cardinal thing is also orofacial pain. And this is in the absence of oral pathology. Because most of the time, once they are walking into, there's either the toothache or joint pain or there's bone pain. But these patients will walk in complaining of severe pain. But you examine the mouth and usually would not find any pathology anyway. It's a classic symptom of the crisis in itself, and one of these infarcts block the vessels, and basically they can be painful or cause these, and also the vasocclusions cause blockage of blood supply to the pulp, and that can also be resulting in painful episodes in the tooth. Another key and cardinal symptom amongst these sickle cell patients is the mental nerve syndrome or the numb chin syndrome. This is vascular occlusion, especially to the key nerves that supply the mandible, usually the ID nerve and also the mental nerve. And this usually can be really painful. They walk in and they can't really sometimes tell because today it's here, the next day it's there, but the whole jaw feels very painful. It can be unilateral, it can be bilateral, or sometimes, and it can last for long periods, almost up to a year. This was first described by Honorable Professor Konuti Aholu in 1980. He's a huge authority in sickle cell disease. And he described, then when he described it, he saw that there were at least 4% of his patients that he saw had moderate severe pain in the mandible during a crisis. He also noticed that there was pain and numbness around the lower lip and parts in the area around the mental nerve. And he also observed that recovery of this sensation could take several months. So what did we do? One of our students, Roma Ghana, in 2015 decided to look out for the prevalence of jaw pain and lip numbness among patients at the sickle cell clinic in Kolebu. She obviously observed that there was a prevalence of 30% of jaw pain and 21% of lip numbness. This is quite far higher than the prevalence Konuti Aholu originally described earlier on. But it's quite high. 30% is quite it's quite high amongst the patients they saw. They also noticed that it was more common in the mandible than the maxilla. That's because blood supply to the maxilla is much more efficient than in the mandible. 4.5% experiencing the numbness lasted for over a month, and it was more commonly seen among patients with the sickle SS genotype than the SC genotype. Pulpitis also occurs, and what's basically pulpitis? Pulpitis occurs when blood supply to the pulp of the tooth is cut off, and that leads to necrosis of the pulp. And sometimes it leads to pain, sometimes it doesn't lead to pain, but you realize that you have somebody with one tooth discolored compared to the rest of the teeth. And that usually is a sign that there may be something or pulp pathology going on. This has been happening a lot in our sickle cell patients, and that's basically due to the necrosis of the pulp due to hypoxia and cell death going on. Clinically, sometimes patients may present with sensitivity or may be very, very painful, or sometimes just a discoloration. And this discoloration has been due to, as a result of the hemolysis, there are blood pigments that are broken down, and these blood pigments discolor the dentine and the enamel of the tooth, and that leads to that. And research has shown that necrotic healthy pulp is about 8.33 times more common among sickle cell patients than the normal population. Dental caries is also another very important thing that happens in these people. That's not to say the regular population doesn't have dental caries, but studies are very not conclusive about is it more prominent among sickle cell patients or not. Some have proved yes, some say no. We need long-term studies to be able to prove this, in randomized control studies to prove whether this is or not. But overall, the studies point to the socioeconomic factors and the behavioral factors leading to the dental caries and not the disease itself. So maybe as a result of the disease, they are either socioeconomically challenged or they can't efficiently brush their teeth and promote oral health hygiene, and therefore they develop these caries, which will lead to pain, infection, triggers the sickle cell crisis, which makes things worse. The other thing that we have to consider is, amongst children, they've seen a lot of rampant caries occurring in them. But the thing is, as a result of the disease, most of them take a lot of medications. For example, we were told that they take penicillin at a very young age. Is it from 6 months, you said? 3 months. Exactly. So you can imagine that these medications have a lot of sugar substitutes in there. So they are taking pain meds from paracetamol to all of those other medications. And if these medications have a lot of sugar, then it is these medications that will rather predispose them to the caries and not really the disease itself. Periodontal disease or gum disease is also one of the things that has been discussed as being more prevalent among sickle cell patients. 2 comparative studies examined it. They found it to be severe. Others also think not. But the thing is, one of the things we need to consider is any infection in the mouth would change oral, would also complicate matters. And oral hygiene is also, like I said, with caries is also very important with this. So it may not be the sickle cell itself, but maybe oral hygiene maintenance amongst these patients may be accounting or driving this. Another feature we are seeing a lot among sickle cell patients is osteomyelitis. All these people are prone to infection, and especially osteomyelitis of the jaw is very key amongst them. The mandible is most commonly affected because blood supply to the mandible is not as effective as the maxilla, like I said. And so once you're having hypoxia and poor blood supply to the mandible, they have a high risk of osteomyelitis there. So you can imagine if this patient has caries that hasn't been addressed, then there's a tendency that the infection spreads and it becomes a more complicated thing. It's more common in the posterior region, also because of the challenges with blood supply, and it may also be coming from a toothache, either a periapical abscess or pericoronitis of some sort. Another feature that is very common amongst these is delayed tooth eruption. So the average person has time ranges for which teeth are supposed to erupt. Unfortunately, amongst our sickle cell patients, it's been observed that their teeth erupt at a later date than most normal people. It's about 1.7 times more common amongst them than the controls. And about 32% of children with sickle cell disease usually suffer from delayed tooth eruption. Another feature, which is very key, is the mid-facial growth. So sometimes you have these fascies, we say like they have a particular look, and usually it happens, we describe it as a maxillary overgrowth, and this is also due to the bone marrow hyperplasia. In an attempt to try and create more red blood cells, bone marrow is utilized from all kinds of bones, and the maxillary bone suffers for that. So they tend to have this synaptopathy, which was described also in 1974 by Konotea Hulu. However, the bone marrow in the maxilla is very small anyway, and so it's only in a very few people that this tends to happen. So this is a typical picture of a patient we saw describing what's the frontal bossing and also some of the maxillary protrusion that usually can occur with this sickle cell patients. Now, my favorite friend, Kakarba Kwashi, she's a GDA president. She did a study amongst these patients. What she did was to pick up a cephalometric analysis, which is sort of like an X-ray study, to find out, is it true that truly these sickle cell patients have a different facial fascia compared to the regular patient controls. She found no evidence of frontal bossing compared to controls. However, she noticed that the cranial base was shorter, and then the maxilla was short in length, but in normal position. There was no evidence of maxillary protrusion or natopathy, and the mandible was generally shorter in length. It was retruded, and the lower anterior incisors tended to be proclined. She also noticed that patients exhibited more protrusive lips and more retroclined lips. These are X-ray studies. We also need to do some physical studies to figure out what this looks like. Then malocclusion. Malocclusion is also one of the key distinctive things that has been described among sickle cell patients. Most of the things that we usually will find are anterior spacing, overjets, anterior cross bites, open bites. All of these have been linked to sickle cell disease. But like the other ones too, there isn't like a specific significant evidence to link the two. But generally, you have a high number of people presenting with those. But what we don't know is whether it's statistically significant or not. Another study was done, still at the dental school, by this Dr. Seale. He decided to look out for the average tooth size and arch dimensions to see whether between the sickle cell patients and the controls there were any difference. And then he noticed that there were mandibular arch length and the depth were different compared with sickle cell patients, compared with the controls, sorry. Malocclusion was also 75% compared to 71% amongst the controls. Then there are some radiographic features in the head and neck area that are characteristic with our patients. There's a hair on end appearance of the skull. So once you take a PO or an APO of the skull, you see this characteristic look, which is a chronic feature of hemolysis. And that's also because the trabecula between the inner plates and the outer plates of the skull tend to have excessive bone marrow hyperplasia. So look out for this. One of the things you also will see is the maxillary sinus tends to be opacified due to maxillary hyperplasia. So anybody comes, you take a regular x-ray and looking out for these features. Please look out for them. On the dental x-rays too, some of these changes occur. Look at the trabecular area. These are more wider and they tend to be distended compared to the normal areas for a normal patient. And usually you tend to have also these lucent areas between root apices. And these are generally characteristics of patients with sickle cell disease. Another thing that we should pay attention to a lot is in oral flora. We all have normal oral flora in the mouth, and especially amongst sickle cell patients, especially since you're giving them a lot of antibiotics. These antibiotics tend to modify the oral bacteria and the microflora so that eventually you're going to have more harmful bacteria in the mouth than would have originally existed. Not only that, there's also an emergence of fungi which normally wouldn't have been there. So it's also very important that as we provide these antibiotics, especially for the children, we monitor them and encourage them to see their dentist as often as possible. They frequent the dentist, they do their daily oral hygiene, daily brushing, mouthwash use, and as much as possible limit sugary foods, which is also very key. So how do we manage these patients? Very key and important. One thing, and I think Dr. Aluti mentioned it, prevention is always key. And for us to, it's most essential. Why? Because if you treat it early, it doesn't get complicated, and the complicated treatment is not painful, so the next time they would want to come. But if the first time a patient is walking into your clinic, you have multiple caries, which you have to extract, and they are afraid, they are already scared of the doctor, scared of the hospital, they never won't come. So one thing we advise is, especially our physicians, most patients in Ghana especially don't like going to the dentist. But if you tell them that this disease has consequences for your mouth, so go and see your dentist, I think it carries a long way to do that. Education is also very good, will be very good. Give them oral hygiene instruction. We recommend periodic visits to the dentist every 6 months. It will catch the disease early, catch the complications early, manage it early so it's not going to be as painful. Oral health promotion is also very key and important. So for these people, we will have to go out to them. So once a while, we go to a sickle cell disease clinic in Kolebu, do oral health education, do screenings, and refer them there. And that's one of the key things that will help in their management. I also believe that the goal of the dentist is to improve and maintain excellent oral health, and as much as possible, reduce oral infections. There are, however, some special considerations that we need to take. Treatment should never be done, dental treatment, I mean, for a patient during a crisis. It's best to wait till the crisis is over and if you manage the acute symptoms. The only thing that would warrant you doing any treatment, if the infection is an acute infection, let's say a dental alveolar abscess, or there's trauma, fractures in the face, then you can be able to do that. We've also noticed that there's a high risk of complications during dental procedures. So as much as possible, it's very important that some of these patients, you monitor their oxygen saturation and everything, and also whilst you are doing those procedures. Pre-anesthetic evaluation has to be done. It's very clear and important. And so that for those, pick out those who are anxious, those who are stressed, so that you don't have an emergency on your chair. Another thing is most patients, especially due to the disease, may have had either a functional asplenia or splenectomy. And for these patients, it's always good to give them antibiotic prophylaxis before the dental treatment is done. How do we manage anxiety? Very key. First will be the non-pharmacological management, which we usually will use relaxation techniques, deep breathing, distraction, and especially for the children. If you make your clinic very homey and nice and playful, they would love it. Sometimes give them music, let them listen to music. Some people walk into a dental chair with their movies. They want to watch movie whilst they're doing that. That sometimes eliminates the anxiety levels before the procedure. And like I said, if the procedure is done early without complications, then usually it's going to be not a complex thing, and therefore it's easier for them to do. Some people, however, get very, very anxious, and so we need to use pharmacological methods. With these, you can give them, for mildly anxious patients, you can give them some anxiolytics or sedatives, and you can use conscious sedation. That is preferred to GA. And the caution here, however, is that you always have to have oxygen available before you do any conscious sedation because of the risk of hypoxia. Nitrous oxide can be used in combination with a sedative in mild to moderate cases, but note, it has to be avoided in areas or patients with B12 deficiency is suspected. For highly anxious patients, and those, especially those who have multiple challenges in their mouth, a general anesthesia may be required. All right. Pain control is also one of the key things, especially for my dental area. Most people don't want to go see dentists because of pain. And the key thing too is pain amongst these patients could trigger stress, which could also trigger a crisis. So it's very important that pain management is treated carefully. Local anesthesia is efficient and is sufficient, and it has to be make sure that they are not in pain whilst you are doing it. However, sometimes, for some cases, GA may be unavoidable. When it is, let's just make sure that there's no anemia and their HB is greater than 10 before you do this. All right. Whilst you're doing GA, however, it's very important to put everything in the kitchen sink. So once you're putting this patient under GA, make sure that do every treatment as much as possible so that they don't have to come again under your table. Even with the local anesthesia, there are requirements that we have to be careful with what kinds of requirements that we give. Prelocaine, one of the good ones that we use, tends to have a high risk of methemoglobinemia amongst these patients. So go for alternatives like good old lidocaine or atticaine instead of the prelocaine. But in all of this, it's always good that whilst you're doing this local anesthesia, you're monitoring them for complications so that once you pick them up, you detect them early enough and you sort them before something happens. Infection management has to be really rigorous. One, they are higher risk of having infections, also especially from dental infections. So you want to make sure that you're managing infections so that it doesn't spread. One of the best ways to detect this infection is early detection, like I said. So treat caries immediately. Periodontal disease especially can be very subtle. Because it's not painful, it's very easy for the patients to walk away and they are fine. But that can be spreading a lot of infection that you don't want to do. So you want to do that. And as much as possible, treat it aggressively so that it doesn't lead to something more complex. Prophylactic antibiotics may also be required in certain cases so that you prevent all of those systemic complications and most of the time osteomyelitis. Then there's restorative management. Like we said, prevention is key. Oral hygiene, teach oral hygiene procedures, correct brushing techniques, explain to them why they should. Somebody doesn't understand why I should brush twice a day. Why don't I do once? Dietary advice so that they limit the sugars, increase fluoride content in their oral hygiene products. And pit and fissure sealants are very key, especially for sickle-cell children. Once you are putting these pit and fissure sealants in there, they prevent decay, and in so doing, you are going to protect them from another dental visit. So it's very important. Direct and indirect restorations can be done. They are safe. Dental implants can also be done. They are not contraindicated, but you have to use care and caution with these because of the risk of hypoxia amongst them. Then there's also orthodontic management. We talked about the maxillary bossing, all those other characteristics. And it's very key for their self-confidence. You know, already they are dealing with all kinds of, today they are not in school, the next day they are that. And then people also kind of laugh at them because of their looks and the way their teeth are. So one of the key things we recommend is during ortho treatment to improve their self-esteem and also make cleaning easier. When there's malocclusion, the teeth are malarranged. So getting access, the brush may not get to all those crevices to clean effectively. But if this is corrected, apart from correcting the aesthetics, it makes maintaining good oral hygiene easier for them. However, all those orthodontic appliances, because of the braces and the metals and things in their mouth, it's very key that you prevent irritation, or else it's also going to be causing complications for these. So in conclusion, so many things to say. I'm going to say that we need collaboration from all we talked about the multi-dimensional nature of managing these patients. Most people wouldn't walk. Their first call won't be to walk to the dentist, because already they are going to clinic every day over one thing or the other, and there's pain. That seems to be more important than whatever is happening in their mouth. And so if the physicians, after you've solved those problems, can refer them to the dentist, it may also prevent another crisis which will bring them back to you. So that collaboration is very, very important. Counseling is better. It's always better when you start with them early, when they are children. Then later on, when they have a problem, it's easier for them to come to you. And finally, I think more research needs to be encouraged to establish the true relationships between all of these and sickle cell disease. I don't say a huge thank you, but most importantly, I want to acknowledge these people for helping me with this. God richly bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Very insightful. Thank you. I'd like to call on Dr. Dominic Odro to come and introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So our next speaker is a physician by primary training, and he's also a legal practitioner. He holds a master's degree and a PhD in bioethics and medical jurisprudence from the University of Law in Manchester. He also has a vast experience in healthcare ethics and also in related law as well. He's also associated with health policy, professional regulation, ethics education, research ethics, and ethics governance. He's currently the registrar of the Medical and Dental Council, and he's a member of the legal committee of the Ministry of Health of Ghana, and also part of the legal committee of the Association of Medical Councils of Africa. He also sits as a committee member on the Association of Medical Councils of Africa, and also a member of the board of directors of the International Association of Medical Regulatory Authorities. Please, can we give a round of applause and welcome our registrar, Divine Banyubela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Odro, for your kind words. Respectfully, just give me the permission to recognize my honorable minister. And your presence here today speaks to your personal commitment to the matters under consideration, and also your professional insights into how effective mobilization of these wonderful resources of experts can help advance our healthcare practice and training. So I thank you. May I also recognize the unyielding commitment of our parliament, reflected in our chairperson and the ranking member, for their continued support. And I hope they will be briefing you as to the antecedents to this. And thank you so much. I'm really grateful that you were able to come. May I recognize also the great leaderships. And because you are not here, Honorable Minister, I'll just reaffirm a few things to indicate that the great leadership provided for by the GDDA UK and their counterparts, our colleagues from GPSF, North American group, have meant that a lot of things in the last 2-3 years have improved. And I'm really grateful for you for your open commitment to making sure that the assistance that you authorize us to give them is actually affirmed in their presence. And to indicate that a lot of things have happened in respect of GDD UK. Since last year, we signed the Memorandum of Understanding to facilitate their re-engagement, which was itemized by our colleague, Dr. Pamela Ohenijan. Now, what excited me has been the proactiveness of Professor Hewlett and the team from the University of Ghana and their responsiveness to make sure that they facilitated their engagement and took opportunity to ensure that they were able to have a homecoming for all paths. And this complements effectively with our colleagues from America, because they are largely heavily weighted for medicine. And we have a big challenge, Honorable Minister, as you know, that the dental workforce is just barely around 1,000 for 34.75 million people. And I can bet you that some of them also have visited the country for greener pastures. So it's important that you have done this. And there's a huge commitment for us to have the inaugural scientific conference with the support and collaboration of the University of Ghana Dental School, the Medical and Dental Council, the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons in Ghana, and that will be the inaugural one next year. So we thank you so much for your support and leadership. And just to let colleagues here know that, Sina Vondi is he around? Oh, okay. Yes. To let you know that if you want to take advantage, just go beyond your presence here, but actually contribute. Please, you need to be a registered member of the Ghana Doctors and Dentists Association. If you want to avoid the requirements of sitting examinations, the red tapes, and things like that. Because we have a public and statutory obligation to ensure that there's a public benefit to our health system. So you cannot, by virtue of the affirmation here, think that you can then come personally and then without coming through the associations, to show you that there's benefit coming together. And once we are together, we can achieve more. So mine is to bring you greetings from the board and management of my council and to tell you the excitement and the confidence that they have in this group and the North Americans to change the narrative. At the level of the world regulators, we are pursuing the new approach that Ghana has adopted as a learning point. And we are trying to facilitate, and Honorable Minister, this is an area where we will need to facilitate bilateral engagement to get funding to ensure that we use this model as a way of overcoming the political, the legal, and the moral hazards of the fluidity of the health workforce. Because now we know we are a global village. And Mpox in Ghana today is Mpox in Greenland tomorrow. And therefore, until all are protected, none is actually protected. So we recognize that, but we want to overcome the moral hazard of brain drain and change the narrative that using this new, innovative, creative regulatory strategy, we could then advance a win-win bi-directional support arrangements where both contexts will get their health needs met without anybody feeling that I'm doing something inherently morally blameworthy. And so once again, I want to thank colleagues for keeping the faith and to reaffirm with the strong instructions from my board their commitment in this exercise and tell you that we are in for the long term. And last year I challenged you that the ball was in your court. And I think that, can I please recognize your leadership? You delivered. And I'm really grateful for that. And the incoming leadership, please stay engaged, be part of it, and ensure that you have a willing, supportive partner at home, working under the strict instructions of his honorable minister, and we will get this done. And trust it, Ghana we lead the narrative globally. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Dr. Divine, thank you so much for affirming what we all understand now to be a great partnership, and for the directive and support coming from the top, from our Honorable Dr. Okoboy, as the Health Minister. So at this point, we're going to pause just for a couple of minutes to set up our panel, so we can have a panel discussion, and we can, of course, ask all our questions, and hopefully we have answers for you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready. So would like to call upon a few of our speakers and our invited guests to the panel. Can I please call Professor Sandra Hewlett to the panel? Thank you. Dr. David Alote, please. I'll call him last. Oh, sorry. Dr. Divine Banyubala, please. Dr. Kijani. And can we please have Honorable Dr. Ayuwa Friye? No, here. You are here. Oh, you can bring it along. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You move. You can bring the coffee, no problem. Thank you. And Honorable Okoboy, please.
You also sit.
I will.
I won't sit by you.
Okay, so we are. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we've got the panel organized. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we can take questions. We know that there was so much Dr. Alote had to tell us, but we didn't have enough time. So perhaps if anyone has a question for Dr. Alote, can we please, Dr. Khan, please.
Thank you, Pamela. My name is Dr. Khan, GP partner in the UK. This question is to Dr. Alote. I work in primary care.
Also former GDDA president.
Thank you, Pamela. I work in primary care, but my other role is as a reverend minister in a church, and I handle a marriage school. So I do a lot of marriage counseling for young people who are going to marry. So I do encounter a lot of questions regarding sickle-cell. I make reference to 3 of the slides that you projected. The first one being the publication from the Lancet Hematology Commission, where it said that the most neglected global health problem today is sickle-cell. And then the other slide that you projected from the UK, where it was noted that sickle cell is one of the conditions where we have substandard care. And then my final slide is the one that projected that to prevent it, we should focus on education and genetic counseling. My simple question is, many times when I've asked couples to, for example, go for blood test right here in the UK, many of the GP surgeries refuse. Now, if we know they refuse, if they ask for, maybe say they want hemoglobinopathy screening done, number one, a lot of doctors who are not from Africa do not even know the test. And number two, they flatly refuse that it is not necessary to have it done routinely. Now, if this is if we know the substandard care in this country, and we're trying to at least help reduce the disease burden or probably prevent people from actually marrying, because it's one of the things that we suggest. We don't, as a minister, I don't ask people not to marry, but you would explain the condition to them once they've had the test and you know that both couple have the trait. You would go through counseling with them together with their families, and then the decision rests on them whether they would want to go ahead, which is not an easy decision to make. But they have to understand the complications that lie ahead, challenges that lie ahead. What are the hematologists like yourself, for example, doing so that the government would be sensitized to the need that maybe those of us from this community may need some level of screening or even make the test easily accessible for our ethnicity?
Thank you for your great question and, well, contribution. I completely agree with all that you've said. There is an unmet need in terms of knowledge amongst healthcare practitioners throughout this country about sickle cell disease. So the first thing you mentioned is people going to their doctors to ask for testing, and I cannot see why that shouldn't happen. You know, particularly people who've got relatives and know that they could be carriers of the gene. The first thing that will be done is a full blood count, just looking at the hemoglobin and all that, to have an idea of whether it's likely or not. But, you know, that wouldn't stop them from going on to be tested. So that's, you know, the first point. In terms of what's being done, so this all-party parliamentary committee invited testimony from some hematologists and from patients, and this was all put together into the recommendations. So one of the main things was incorporating education on sickle cell into the training of medical students, making sure that, you know, it's a high priority, nursing students, all the healthcare practitioners, and highlighting the importance of that. And so, you know, this should make a difference, but we know there are obstacles, but we just need to keep advocating for our patients to make this a reality. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Malcolm?
Thank you. My question is more to do with the fact that in the Middle East at the moment, lots of trouble, lots of people coming into Ghana, lots of intermarriages, there's thalassemia, and there's beta thalassemia and sickle cell reaction, which is something that I don't know whether many people know, but it's almost as bad as full sickle cell. So I think that's something that also needs to be tested. As I'm an alpha thalassemia trait, my wife is sickle cell, luckily. But it's just luck.
No, thank you for that, and highlighting that, you know, hemoglobin S beta thalassemia can manifest just as severely as homozygous SS. In fact, they can have some, you know, more severe problems. So it's something that obviously hematologists are aware of, but not everybody else is. And you've highlighted the other point that I made, that this is not just an African disease. You know, there's the Arab is another, you know, type of hemoglobin which combined with S causes sickling, as well as Punjab, so in India, and, you know, throughout, as you mentioned, thalassemia in the Mediterranean as well is an issue. So thank you for your contribution. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Hobson, Alifo?
Yeah, this is a question. It might be my naivety, but are we testing at home at birth for these hemoglobinopathies? Yeah. As Robert said earlier on, those, I mean, in this country, they do that. So what Robert is alluding to is those who, like us, came over from Ghana. So I just want to know what is happening. Go.
Thank you very much. That's a really relevant question, and I'm sure our Honourable Minister may have something to say about it. But what I know is that the national the newborn screening program, which has been initiated for about 30 years, started in, you know, the Shanti region and Accra, has now extended to 11 regions within Ghana. And this is, you know, due to the work of the, the Ghana Health Service and other collaborators like the Clinton Health Foundation. Bill and Melissa Gates Foundation have also contributed to it. So yes, it is being done. And what's being done is the Hilbrick test, such that you have a genetic testing at birth. Because we know that at birth, you've still got a lot of fetal hemoglobin. The levels drop, within 3 to 6 months. So it's confusing to try and test using normal hemoglobin electrophoresis, but what you do is DNA testing, and that will show you whether the child, the baby, has sickle cell disease or not. So yes, it's being done. More can be done, but we're making good progress. Well, I say we. I haven't worked in Ghana for a long time, but those of you back home are making good progress. So.
Honourable Minister, any additions to that?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, on your behalf. So, 2 things. Genetic testing is one, screening. But it's the standard request, sickling test for everybody else who didn't catch you at birth like me, and things like that. And I just wanted to surmise that the framing is important. I'm excited about the, getting into Parliament, and then, the processes. But there is a moral imperative to test. And I think that is the proposition we should be making to NHS, that there is a moral imperative to test. And therefore, failing to test should be a very significant event for the healthcare system, ethically, legally. And we've got to fight for that. And I think that's where the framing is important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, I think I'm not a hematologist, disclosure, but I'm happy that he spoke for most of us managing the condition back home. I think almost as part of the antenatal process, all mothers have to go through this. It's routine. So once they flag it, there's preparation for it. But I think what we don't do, and I stand to be corrected, there are certain conditions that when they are detected very early intrauterine, then there's even choices and options. What we have now in Ghana is that we can tell you that you are going to likely to have a sickle cell child based on the screening. Of course, the woman would have been pregnant already. Yeah. And as part of policy, we don't say abort. Yeah, so in terms of knowing that one, I think the screening it's on. It's weird that you still have some people who have some events before later they go and check and realize that this child is sickly. And of course, those are the extreme ones that escape both antenatal and they escape every other person until they are caught by symptoms on the ward. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Snowden, Isabella.
I was coming back to the screening again because I was asking one of my colleagues whilst we were here, who works at the pediatric department, just to find out. And he said that, yes, 11 out of 16 districts are doing it, but actually I think it's more research. So, I think it's quite important because we hear that children up to the age of 5 are dying because of this. So I think it's very important that the government takes it back, that we really need to do these Hill prick tests. Because in the UK, we do the Hill prick test that picks up sickle cell, thyroid, and also cystic fibrosis and so on. So whilst we're doing this, maybe we could pick up other things. But definitely, please, sickle cell, it's a must. And if it's a financial implication or something, is there something that we can do as a team to help prevent these deaths in the under 5s? And the other thing as well, we've mentioned sickle cell and counseling, premarital and all that, and we're saying that sickle cell people die around the age of 67. That's what we heard. As in the UK. Yeah. Is that right?
No, it's not right. We have sickle patients living up to the age of 87 and above.
Yes. So I think that, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're living longer. So I think that maybe the emphasis is on sickle cell patients dying and trying to prevent marriage and all that. But we shouldn't forget that in Ghana, we have, or elsewhere, we have people dying at 61 from hypertension, from diabetes, and so on. So it's not so much the Osofo saying, sorry, you can't marry. You know what I'm saying? And I work as a general practitioner, and I would never turn away a person who wants to have a blood test for hemoglobinopathy. We don't turn that down in general practice. So I think, I just wanted to make these comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Snowden, for your addition to the discussion. Thank you. Dr. Nelly?
Thank you. Just to add to what Dr. Snowden and Dr. Khan have said, in this country, I'm very pleased to hear that actually people are being asked to go and have their test done. The reason why we got up to the APPR in the first place is many years ago, and I'm talking about 30, 40 years ago, we in the Sickle-Cell Society started all this business of empowerment of parents, empowerment of people. It seems to have been going downhill now, that people just don't seem to know that they can go to their GP and ask for it. We started saying, that's way back in the Wembley and Hampstead area, that people should know that from their ethnicity, they're entitled to go and ask for screening to be done. So the empowerment should come from you, GPs, the medical practitioners, the nurses, to say, hey, go and beat down the door of the GP and say, yes, I am entitled to have this done. And it's written in the NHS protocol that you should be able to say, what am I? Am I AS, SS, and all that? If the doctor doesn't know about it, they can Google up and find out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nelly Ajay. And what, before the next question, please.
Dr. Alote, the research work they're doing, which Snowden has said it's in 11 regions out of 16 is an ongoing research work on newborns. That's what she stated. And so I'm sure, based upon the phase of the research they are doing and the evidence they find, it is able for you to do advocacy for us to fill in the gap where, just like the NHS is doing, So it's a good insight that for me, from the parliamentary point, we've gotten to understand, and maybe back home we can get the academia or those who are doing the research in these areas to meet us. Of particular interest is the first time that you've had a government, a very responsible government like the MPP government, actually, that incorporated hydroxyurea in the treatment, being financed by the NHIA. You understand? So if you look at the possibility leader, that's Dr. Bawumia, when he's going around, he says that we have incorporated hydroxyurea in the treatment of sickle-cell disease, and it's being financed by the National Health Insurance Authority. So there's nothing wrong that after incorporating hydroxyurea and you are financing it, there's nothing wrong for you to say a large-scale neonatal-born screening from birth. So it starts from somewhere. So now that the system is aware that we are treating and we are incorporating and we are financing this, there'll be nothing wrong to also add the bit of this that says that we're going on a large scale. So I think the research they're doing, this is a good opportunity for us to, and they will still be in opposition. So, but we have a very good, we have a very fantastic working relations in accepting the financing of the NHI. I think Oko, you brought it. The hydroxyurea financing the NHI program after the research. It's Selby. Okay, so Selby started, and then Selby was the CEO then, and then Oko became the CEO before he became a minister. And yes, Selby brought it in. So once you brought it, and then I remember they made a justification, and then I had the cooperation of my honorable ranking. Yeah. So, you have to work with them very well. Yeah, because if the minority decides that it's not going to work, it's not going to work. Especially in the parliament that we are thin, 137, 137 and a half, 138. And then you sit in a committee where it's equal. In fact, the minority actually come to committee meetings more than the majority, because some of my members are...
Because you don't like to work.
Some of my members are ministers. If you have full ministers on the health committee, and therefore they are in their ministry, we do the hybrid system where you can be a member of parliament and be a minister. So you will not sit there. And then you are in the colony of mafias who are all the minority. So you have to be a humble chairman to get, at any sitting you have the minority more than the majority, but we have been able to work together to get things like working and no partisan stuff. So I think there is a right time to get this, and then we would be able to work together to say that, yeah, we can put it here.
Well done.
Okay, right, thank you very much. Kofi Mensah, please, and then Conrad after.
My name is Kofi Mensah. I'm an anesthetist. My question goes to Dr. Alote. I want to ask about pregnant women who are either SS or SC. So I used to work in the intensive care units in Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and we used to see a lot of SC pregnant women who come to Kolebu very poorly. So the anecdotal belief was that the SC patients don't do very well in pregnancy compared to the SS patients. So my question is there concrete evidence to show that the SC patients do not do well? And if so, what's the molecular basis for that?
Yes, yeah, I think this is above my pay grade, but but the answer is no. I'm not aware of concrete evidence that pregnant ladies with SC do worse than SS. So let's talk a bit about pregnancy, since we didn't get the chance. But we know that right from there are problems throughout from trying to conceive. So there's reduced fertility with sickle-cell patients, and during pregnancy there's obviously increased risk of intrauterine growth retardation, intrauterine deaths, and during delivery as well, and throughout pregnancy there's an increased risk of sickling. And so what we tend to recommend for patients who are at high risk, who are having frequent crisis, we do exchange transfusions in order to reduce the S level, reduce the number of crises, and therefore protect the baby. But coming to your question, as I said, I'm not aware of any evidence for pregnant ladies in terms of SC being worse. So, no, I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you, Dr. Alote. Yeah, Dr. Buckle.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, good afternoon, all. I'm Conrad Buckle, an emergency medicine physician. I've got a question, probably a number of the panel might address it. I want to speak to communication. So I just did a quick check. As of 2022, there's about 8 million of Ghana's 30 million or so, which are listed as illiterate. In other words, from 6 years and above, they cannot read or write, and obviously that will be in English and any other languages. So I'm just asking the question from the dental school point of view, from the ministry, from the political sphere, what are the modes of sharing simple language, facts and figures and outline of sickle cell to the population, And if there are any that can be shared with the diasporan associations, if there's a link specifically on educational material for the population, that maybe some of us diasporan associations can contribute content for those, I guess ministry website or the dental school website. So I'm just asking about communication and addressing how sickle cell as a condition is communicated and educate the public, the general public.
Thank you, Dr. Buckle. Honourable Ranking Member? Anything from Honourable Ranking Member? Dissemination of information to the illiterate public.
Yeah, I think back home, quite a sizable number of Ghanaians speak the Cree language. Yeah, so in terms of dissemination of information, anything we are doing, if we include the Cree language, that will not be bad at all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Honorable Chair and then Ranking, Honorable Minister, I think that generally when it comes to communication strategies in terms of the service delivery component, is seized primarily under the Director General of the Ghana Health Service, because the health service, like NHIS, that delivers that. And over the years, Ghana Health Service has various behavior communication strategies that they have been given the go-ahead through the minister to the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, and they provide tailored messages, largely in the Cree language, but also in specific other local languages, generally the 7 primary languages. And I think the conversation is important, Honorable Minister, is for us to note for communication with the Director General, because remember that our engagement, we always bring them. It's just that he was unable to come because of other national assignments that he had to cover on behalf of the Honorable Minister. And that is where that engagement for diasporan content, and that is the value of this relationship, where we can then leverage on that to improve upon the content, and then we can then move far. So thank you very much.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Dr. Osela.
Thanks, Pamela. Thank you to Dr. Alote and Prof. Hewlett. My knowledge in sickle cell is ossified in the 19th century. But I mean, like Ezekiel, both of you have breathed life into my ossified language, so I have learned a lot from you. But just a comment, really. I think Dr. Alote, one of your slides that's pointed to the fact that sickle cell is a condition that affects virtually every system in the body. I mean, my area of practice relates to hearing and balance disorders. The ear, hearing organ, is one of the most highly dependent, oxygen-dependent organs in the body. And it has end arterial, so something goes wrong, the ear is affected. And one thing that is ignored is hearing problems in sickle cell disease. And hearing loss in general is a huge burden. And in fact, it's recently been, not only recent, but it's one of the 14 risk factors for dementia. And it's unequivocal these days, and WHO has recognized that. So I just want to flag it up that we shouldn't ignore that. They can develop hearing loss at an earlier age than what has been termed age-related hearing loss. And there is intervention. It's an educational event, and I thought it should be flagged up for all of us who deal with patients. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Osela. I'm afraid that's all the time we have. Okay, we'll take a last question from Dr. Tay.
I just wanted him to elaborate a little bit on malaria prophylaxis. I think you mentioned something about sickle. Were you referring specifically to sickle cell patients or those with the gene there? Yes.
Yes, thank you. What I was referring to was the protection afforded to carriers of the sickle gene when it comes to severe malarial infections or cerebral malaria or death due to malaria. It's been shown that there's differences in the inflammatory response based on your genotype, but also the ability of the parasites to infect the red blood cells, because the red blood cells in carriers will then get taken up by the macrophages and destroyed before there's proliferation of the malaria parasites. So this is the theory that there is a survival benefit in being a carrier of sickle cell gene, but not a survival benefit in being a homozygote, because you will still get severe malaria. And unfortunately, we know many patients, many children will die from sickle cell, malaria, anemia. In terms of prophylaxis, obviously, if you live outside and you go back into an endemic area, you definitely need to take your prophylaxis. But it's not something that we routinely start on, all children in endemic areas.
Right. Oh, you have a question? Okay. You can have the last question.
Yes, so I want to know from my brother who is in opposition. If you have children with sickle cell and you are not in government, does it affect you differently? In terms of their life over there. But this was a rhetorical question, so.
Thank you so much. We've got to stop here now. Yeah, unfortunately, that's all the time. I'm sorry. That's all the time we have now. So we'll call on our president-elect to give the closing remarks. Thank you. Maybe we should stay here, so it's faster. Yeah.
Something earlier. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Honorable Dr. Bernard Okoboy. Thank you. Professor Sandra Hewlett, thank you. Dr. Divine, thank you so much for being here with us today. Dr. Kijani, thank you so much. And Dr. Alate, thank you very much for an enlightening talk this morning about sickle cell. And Dr. Pamela Aban Ohenijan, thank you very much. Our trustees and esteemed executives, doctors, distinguished guests, thank you for attending this year's GDDA UK conference. I'm sure that everyone will agree with me that this has been a wonderful conference. I'd like to thank our organizing committee for this fabulous event. And to our speakers, once again, thank you so much for coming and really imparting your knowledge to us today. To our sponsors, Ghana International Bank, Development Bank Ghana, KGL Foundation, TAPSEND, East Airport International School, and Pay Angel, thank you for supporting us. At work, we always say teamwork makes the dream work, and this is very true today. I would also like to take a moment to express gratitude to two very special people today. Dr. Kajani, your outstanding leadership and dedication to us at GDDA has been an inspiration to us. Your vision has led us to the historic signing of the MOU between GDDA UK and MDC Ghana, which will open the doors for many UK Ghanaian doctors to work and meaningfully contribute to medical care in our homeland, Ghana. Thank you, and we salute you. Dr. Pamela Aban Ohenejam, thank you for your intuitive leadership. You have mentored us, you have supported us, you have encouraged us. Thank you so much. You're an inspiration and you've been a phenomenal motivator for us in GDDA UK. Thank you. Once we decide to go to medical school or dental school, we commit ourselves to lifelong learning. And learning is exactly what we have done today. But a little bit more than that, we have transferred knowledge, and that is powerful. Each of us will take something with us today, and we will apply it to our clinical practice, and there will be a direct benefit for our patients, which is what we always intend to do. I would like to highlight the key points from what we have heard. Dr. Alote, thank you for highlighting the challenges that we have with sickle cell, and in particular the financial and ethical challenges that we have to face in the future. Professor Hewlett, thank you so much for highlighting the symptoms, the everyday symptoms that our patients will have to face. I, for one, although I understand about sickle cell and the challenges, I didn't realize the pain that and the caries that you can get in association with the disease. Dr. Pamela Aban-Jan, thank you for telling us about the impact of the dental outreach and also the impact of the MDC registration process already and the benefit that it is achieving for us. One of the things you spoke about today that struck with me was sedation. Many people are afraid to access dental care because of the pain that they will associate. So being able to work on a service that will provide pain relief will make dental care more accessible to so many people. And that is a wonderful benefit of the work that we are doing at GDDA. Honorable Dr. Bernard Okoboy, thank you for explaining and also just letting us know some of the work that the National Health Service is doing, and in particular paying for support for sickle cell, paying for hydroxyurea, which is going to make this available to so many thousands of people. Thank you for also reassuring us of the support for MDC and also the Ghanaian Doctors and Dentists Association. So many of us want to go home and practice, and your support means that we know we have somebody on our back. We know we have somebody that's going to support us to achieve that. Thank you for that. Dr. Banyubala, thank you again for coming this year. You were here last year, I met you last year. Thank you for really inspiring us to change the narrative. And also just, one of the key phrases that I'm going to take home with me today is what you said is, unless all are protected, none are protected. We have to work together for the benefit of everyone. It's not just me, my world. We have to work together to support each other. Thank you for reaffirming the commitment with the collaboration with MDC Ghana, and that is very reassuring. But also thank you for highlighting that we have a moral responsibility in all that we do as healthcare practitioners. So I would like to just say my final few words, which is that I'd like to thank you all again for coming. Thank you for, you've all taken time from your day-to-day activities to be here with us today. We look forward to seeing you all next year and collaborating with you over the coming year in our projects in the UK and Ghana. Please keep up with our news feed and all the announcements that we make. Please keep up with your memberships. We know we always send lots of reminders, but please, it's all vital to the work that we do as an organization. Thank you, and I do hope that some of you will be able to at least join the AGM this afternoon. And also, we have a fabulous evening of festivities, and we hope that you would also be able to join us. But before we finally go, I'd like to present to... Sorry. My apologies. I have not mentioned our parliamentary dignities, and please do forgive me for that. I'm a novice. I'm just starting my role. And I promise I will get better as we move forward. But we would like. You must be invited before the privilege. We'd like to present to Dr. Pamela some flowers, just to say thank you for all the support that you have provided for us. And we'll also would like to present to Dr. Kijani. A gift from the new executives. So once again, I do apologize for any mispronunciations, but I'd just like to say thank you to our executives, our trustees, all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming to the conference this year, which is now closed. Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations.
Hello, lunch is served, so can we go downstairs? Yes. I don't know. So downstairs where we had breakfast, could you please go down for lunch, please? And then after that will be AGM, as on the program.